116. Wink with a frown. I really like the current atmosphere of book reviews and discussions. I'm not trying to be polite, but I hope that we can talk about our own reasons. Of course, it's okay to scold the author along the way. Also, the urging joke was really unintentional. You can tease me, but don't take it seriously. I'm very serious about this. I welcome everyone to urge me to update every day. Only with pressure comes motivation. Finally, someone suggested building a fierce building. I think it's very good. The group number is 222216555. Finally, there's one more chapter today. I'm a little regretful that I named it that way. Ulwanjuzi glanced at the old man Laurel who was sitting across Emperor Dolly. The latter immediately stood up and began to cast the Liu family's yin-yang technique to cover the sky and earth, making it harder for others to observe from afar. Ulwanjuzi then said something shocking: this disaster is most likely caused by the others. At the very least, they're adding fuel to the fire. Maybe Alliance's appearance is so coincidental that someone secretly sent the news. Not long after Qi Jingchuan's death, Alliance came to Dolly. There must be someone who doesn't want the Mahist branch behind Wanchangya and the Yin-Yang branch represented by the Liu family to help Dolly conquer the entire eastern Aquarius continent. Emperor Dolly loosened his fists and rubbed his cheeks. His expression was cold as he sneered, "What a great struggle that hasn't happened in 1,000 years. What a chaotic world." Ulwanjuzi reminded him softly, "Now that things have come to this, you can't be discouraged." The man in the ceremonial robe laughed and shook his head. "No, I won't. 10 years or 15 years is fine. There's a lot that can be done in that time. Thinking back to my Dolly emperors, all the humiliation we suffered in the Aquarius continent, my internal injuries are nothing." The man forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood that surged up to his throat. He lowered his head and rubbed his neck with his fingers, revealing a trace of ferociousness and regret. However, the ferocious look on his face did not disappear for a long time, and the regret quickly dissipated. In the end, all that was left was helplessness. It turned out that before the man ascended, he used a supreme secret technique to quietly break Emperor Dolly's heart meridian, causing his longevity bridge to completely collapse. The originally hidden cultivator on the 10th floor who was full of vitality was now so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. Not only that, the Beko Keikyung building still existed, but half of the 12 flying swords were destroyed, and the other 6 were missing. To put it simply, the Beko Keikyung building, which had endless killing power, was now an empty shell, reduced to an embroidered pillow. It could be used to scare people, but to kill a cultivator of the 5 realms, it was a fool's dream. Song Jisin, who had lost his composure before, came in front of the 3 people. He had already regained his composure, but he still asked, "Ulwanjuzi, Mr. Liu, can you tell me what happened? Why can't I sense any of the flying swords?" On the 12th floor of the Beko Keikyung building, there were 12 flying swords. Incense, Pillar, Jinyu, Shanhai, Tao Ji, Lei Shao, Zidian, Sutra, Sanskrit, Haran Chi, Hongzhuang, and Cloud Pattern. The 12 flying swords, which took half of the country's power to create, were all worthy of the Dolly dynasty's national treasures. The 6 flying swords, including the incense, had been destroyed along with the golden bodies of the 6 Dolly gods. But logically speaking, the other 6 gods of mountains and rivers who had made way for them did not participate in the fight against the enemy. Even if the flying swords did not return to the Beko Keikyung building in the capital, it was impossible for them to disappear without a trace. Like a kite with a broken string, they caused Prince Song Jisin, the master of the 12 swords, to lose his mind. Ulwanjuzi looked back at the lonely Beko Keikyung building, turned his head again, sighed heavily, and said, "The 6 flying swords have all been taken away by the guy on the path of ascension. Although they were not taken to heaven, he should have left them in some unknown place. We can't find them for the time being. Even if we can find them, it's hard to say if we can use them again. After all, Song Jisun was just a teenager. Overnight, he suddenly changed from an illegitimate child in the Mud Bottle Alley to a prince of one of the top dynasties in the Eastern Bottle Continent. He came to the capital muddle-headedly and was brought here inexplicably. After suffering so much to obtain the acknowledgement of the 12 flying swords, he finally felt that he could hold his head high and speak with a straight back in front of that bastard man. Who would have thought that in the end, it was all for naught? Therefore, after hearing the bad news, the teenager burst into tears and bit his lips hard. There were still some bloodstains on his face that could not be wiped clean. Luan Jizi did not know how to persuade and comfort the teenager. In fact, this old man with a bumpy life also felt that it was a lifetime ago and could not believe it. The school of Moism, along with the Ranger branch, had always abided by the ancestral teachings of the first saint, supporting the weak and not being bullied by the strong. But when it came to Luan Zhangye, he had flipped through the official and unofficial histories of the various dynasties and dynasties. He had visited countless countries, seen and heard with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. In the end, he came to a conclusion that blindly supporting and patching up the weak was useless. In the 100 years of chaos, heroes fought for supremacy. The number of people who supported the weak against the strong dynasties was far more than the number of people who died when the strong dynasties unified the world. Therefore, Luan Zhangye needed to find a suitable dynasty, a suitable ruler, to fulfill his ambitions. In the end, he found Emperor Dali, Song Yongchen, and he was not disappointed. Even though the encirclement of alliance had caused Dali's powerful nation to suffer heavy losses, Luan Zhangye never felt that this matter was wrong. The fault lay in the fact that man proposes, but God disposes. Even Luan Zhangye had to admit that he was not as good as some of the big shots behind the scenes. However, he still wanted to gamble. He staked everything on one throw and bet on the unstoppable trend of the world. Emperor Dali opened his mouth and laughed. "You too, can you go and see if there are any mistakes in the Beko Kakyung building? If that guy has a backup plan, then I really want to kill myself. It just so happens that Song Mu and I can be alone for a while. But first, you two must promise not to eavesdrop. We father and son are going to talk about our own things, please understand." The two old men quickly got up. One smiled and said they would not, the other said they did not dare. Emperor Dali looked up at the stubborn young man, patted the steps beside him, and then quietly crushed the jade pendant hanging from his waist. He said in a deep voice, "Sit down and talk. From now on, I am your father, Song Yongchen, and you are my son, Song Mu. I'll just call you Song Jisun. It's a good sign to pass on the torch and collect bits and pieces. Song Yuzhang's name is tacky, but he still put a lot of thought into it." The young man sat obediently beside the man. Emperor Dali first sighed. "I have to say, the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family is really lucky. Also, your crow's beak stinks too much." When the two of them were alone, the young man was a little uneasy. Even if he was not afraid of this man on the surface, Song Jisun could clearly feel the man's control over the Dali dynasty from the attitude of his uncle, Song Jianqiang, the servant GQ, and the two old men. The kind of magnanimity and sloppiness that only looked on the surface was actually filled with arrogance and self-confidence. It was a bit like the attitude of the swordsman named Alliance towards the eastern Aquarius continent, towards the whole world. The man smiled and said, "The remaining 6 flying swords that left Luli City, since they did not return, they are all gone. Gone, gone, the sky will not fall." Song Jisun was infuriated. "Gone. Gone. How can you say it so easily? Luan Jizi and Mr. Liu both told me that these 12 flying swords mean that Dali has a self-evident influence on the direction of the entire Aquarius continent." But the young man did not dare to continue. And Song Jisun quickly regained his senses. The creator of the Beko Kakyung building and the flying swords was not him, but the man beside him who had accepted his fate. The man looked at the roof of a big hall in the distance, where there were squatting beasts lined up, and he said softly, to the ruler of a country, "Do not be afraid of any big trouble. When there is trouble, as long as you can solve it, it means that you and the dynasty have become stronger. If you cannot solve it, it means that your ability to govern the country is not enough. In front of us, there is such a big threshold that caught us unprepared. Dolly and I did not manage to cross it safely. It is a pity. But I do not regret it. What I said is true. I am not lying to you." Song Jisun could not understand it even if he was beaten to death, and asked, "Why?" The man's eyes were sharp. Without any of his previous helplessness and discouragement, he pointed to the roof of the big hall, "Because this proves that the Dolly country policy that I made is right. The people in the mountains, regardless of whether they are good or evil, must be locked in a cage. Dolly will not interfere with them in their pursuit of immortality, and is even happy to help them a little, happy to see them succeed. But a dynasty must have its bottom line. At the very least, it must make those people act within certain rules. They cannot do as they please. They cannot easily move mountains and rivers in a secular dynasty just because of their personal preferences. In a casual battle between immortals, the ones who suffer the most in the end are the unarmed commoners of the dynasty. It must make all the commoners in my Dolly's territory be willing to worship immortals, not just because of fear. Even if it is a commoner living at the lowest level of society, if he innocently dies because of a battle between immortals, at that time, Dolly must have the confidence and ability to seek justice for that commoner who is as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of immortals." Song Jisun was shocked beyond words, his mouth wide open, and he could not say a word. The man stretched out 2 fingers, almost touching each other, and laughed. "Now, the justice that I, Dolly, can seek is very small, only this much. But compared to the other dynasties of the Eastern Bottle Continent, those dynasties and countries that are slaves to the mountain immortals, it is already a world of difference." The man casually flicked his wrist, and finally clenched his fist, and raised it high towards the roof, as if he was demonstrating to someone, "I sincerely hope that the justice that the Dolly can seek in the future can be as big, or even bigger." Song Jisun was already somewhat numb. It was just that for the first time, the youth felt that the man beside him had become flesh and blood, and was no longer a rigid existence similar to the dragon robe on the dragon throne. The man in the ceremonial robe turned his head and asked, "Do you know what that alliance said that angered me the most?" Song Jisun mustered up his courage and asked, "Was it that person who asked you to kowtow and admit your mistake?" The man laughed out loud, and shook his head. "As the owner of Dolly's land, I can die standing, but I will never live kneeling. If I can't even do that, why would Dolly want to go down south, and swallow the entire Aquarius continent? If a man deceives himself, the heavens will deceive him, but if a man is strong, the heavens will bestow him. You better remember this. Even if those immortals keep on saying that our Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, but do you really know how big a continent is? You can go and flip through any history book in the world, who has become the owner of a continent." Song Jisun's face was firm, and he nodded his head. "If a man is strong, the heavens will bestow him. I will remember this." The man said sadly, "What truly angered me was that he said that Dolly does not have a single person who can fight. Not a single one. I sneakily walked step by step to reach the 10th level of Chi Cultivator, and in this Eastern Aquarius continent, it is already considered very impressive. Your uncle, Song Jangkyung, is even more exaggerated as a 10th level martial man, but what happened? In other people's eyes, he still belongs to the category of cannot fight. But fortune and misfortune come hand in hand, and that is the reason why I am able to live. One of the reasons. If I was at the 12th level today, and let that guy feel that he has the strength to fight, I am afraid he would have killed me in one slash. The man laughed out loud for no reason, but it gave off a feeling of a hero past his prime. Song Jisin touched the pot that did not boil, 1/. The man nodded his head. I can be sure, it is a matter of 1/. That guy is a 13th level peak sword cultivator, a sword cultivator. That is why he is so unreasonable. Song Jisin's face was conflicted. He opened his mouth a few times, but swallowed it back, as though there was a question that was scratching his heart, but it was not convenient for him to say it out. The man leaned back, his elbows on the ground, and looked at the sky in this posture leisurely. Do you want to ask why he did not kill us, and then ascend to that other place where the world does not know where? Song Jisin used the back of his hand to rub his cheeks hard, and grunted in agreement. The man said frankly, before I tell you the answer, let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Rumor has it that after breaking through the 13th level, the important people can come down again and return to our world. Although the number of times is extremely few, there is still a precedent. The 100 schools of thought, the 1,000-year-old aristocratic families, for some reason, have deliberately chosen to keep it a secret. Song Jisin was quick-witted, his face aghast. The man sighed. That is why the path that our dolly has chosen is still very long. There is still a long way to go. Don't be discouraged. The man finally pointed to a certain place in the palace, and laughed. There is a young man who was taught by his mother. In his early years, he was unwilling to go to the Cliff Academy to study. As for me, I was too lazy to care. This little fellow, his temperament is very interesting. If there is a dog on the side of the road that pretends to bite, regardless of whether he is injured in the end, the young man will definitely kill that dog and stew it. Who knows, he might even find that dog's 7 ants and 8 ants and kill them all. Then, what about you? Song Jisin. Song Jisin said without hesitation, that is also the case. The man nodded. I was also like this when I was young. After sitting on the dragon throne, my temperament changed a little. Because suddenly one day, I felt a little bored. The man turned his head and laughed, but it is a good thing to have such a temperament and personality when you are young. You are eager to forge ahead and show off your ability. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. If people bully me once, I will bully them forever. A real man should be like this. Song Jisin said softly, I thought you would feel very disappointed. The man patted him on the shoulder. I'm not disappointed. If you're so young and haven't learned any real skills, but you've already learned how to read my body language and take out the things that the court officials use to figure out the emperor's heart and call it the art of dragon slaying, then I'll be really disappointed. Song Jisin leaned forward, his hands on his knees, and his chin on the back of his hands, but I know someone who might make a different choice. The man sat up straight and reached out to press the young man's head. Trust my eyes. That fellow can hold a grudge against anyone. It is just that he has suffered too much since he was young, and knows how to endure at such a young age. If this kind of person becomes an enemy, then it will be a real disaster. That is why I chose to turn a blind eye to the assassination at the Green Wave Pavilion. But you can rest assured that he has never treated you as an enemy. Especially after you followed your heart and did those 2 seemingly boring little things, he won't do it again. Song Jisin's face flushed red. The man in the ceremonial robe said again, but when you become the Emperor of Dali one day, it will be hard to say. While that person has just ascended and will definitely not return to the human world for the time being, we should eliminate the root of the problem and eliminate this as soon as possible. After this thought came to Song Jisin, he was a little annoyed as soon as he said it. He denied himself and muttered, no, if that person comes back in the future, Dolly will really be destroyed. The man was happy and said with relief, do you think this problem is unsolvable? It's okay, that's because Song Jisin's position is not high enough. Song Jisin was a little discouraged. He could only silently comfort himself in his heart that it was a gift from the heavens to be strong. The man smiled. In this life, it is interesting to have one or two people who are both enemies and friends. I have had one since I was young, so do you. After a moment of silence, Song Jisun said doubtfully, "You haven't said the answer yet. Take your time to think about it. I'm not so good-tempered that I like to expose my own scars after being beaten half to death. By the way, becoming the owner of the Beko Kaekyung building will only bring benefits and no harm. I lied to your mother about this matter. I believe that after you lost control of the flying sword, you will know that I didn't lie to you. As for the meaning of this, you should think about it carefully. It's always good to think more about everything." The man who revealed the heavenly secret had just lifted his butt and was about to get up and leave when he suddenly sat back down. He picked up the youth's palm and said with a smile, "Come, let me read your palm. I know some superficial knowledge, but I didn't have the chance to use it before. Today, I'll use you to try it out." The youth handed it over in a daze. The man observed the lines on the youth's palm and said casually, "In 10 or 15 years, you can still be close to your uncle Song Jangkyung, but you must not rely on him. As for recruiting, it was better to forget about getting this martial arts genius to be convinced by a junior like him. This younger brother of mine doesn't even bother to hide his ambitions. Even I, the older brother who suppressed him since he was young, never dared to show the slightest attitude of taming a beast. No matter who you resent, before you truly grow up, you can think about revenge in your heart, but you must not act rashly. But don't hold a grudge against your uncle because of my words. He is indeed a true hero. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said the true words, 'How can I, Dolly, be the only hero in the world?' So in the future, as long as you have something stronger than him, he may acknowledge you." After a moment, Emperor Dolly got up and left with a smile. The youth clenched his fists and continued to lie on his knees. The man said some polite words that he didn't understand, but during this time, the man quietly wrote 4 words on the youth's palm. Longevity. 3. Be careful. Song Jisun suddenly raised his head and shouted at the back of the man who was striding away, "Father." The man turned around and looked at the youth with a smile. His expression was not like that of an emperor looking at the youth. And this man's real ambition was to talk to all the immortals in the world about the rules at the foot of the mountain. His life's work seemed to have all gone down the drain, and it was silent. Song Jisun stood up. His eyes were moist, and his lips were bleeding from biting. The youth was about to speak. The man had already turned around. His voice was warm and mellow, and he left 2 irrelevant words: "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. In the future, you must eat 3 meals on time." A travel-worn old scholar finally arrived at the foot of the Chiduan mountain. He adjusted the luggage behind him and held his waist as he lamented, "My old waist and old bones are suffering. What a pain, what a pain." What do you think? The old man from the Yinyang school of Lu clan shook his head and said with a smile, "One branch can outshine others, but it is difficult to form a forest." Luan Juzi also shook his head and did not comment. He remembered something and asked, "Didn't Qi Jingchun accept some students and disciples in the Pearl Grotto heaven? For example, that Zhao Yao." Other than that, it seems that the militarists and Taoists of the Aquarius continent also fought over a child with the surname Ma. Old man Laurel said indifferently, "Let's wait and see. I only hope that the 2 of us old men can live until the end of the chaotic world." The servant girl GQ stayed on the 10th floor of the Beko Kaekyung building and did not go out. When no one was paying attention, she climbed up to the windowsill and curled up her body. She leaned against the window and turned her head to look at the south. She looked at the sky and then looked at the south. She did this repeatedly and did not get tired of it. "You just like to reason with ants. Even when it comes to me, you like to talk about your principles. You live more tediously than anyone else and die more miserably than anyone else. This guy who seems to be very familiar with you is very different from you. He does not even put any of us in his eyes and is very carefree. But why do I still feel that you are better? But I feel that even if you are better, as long as you know what you are doing, as for how you conduct yourself, you should be like this weird guy. The young girl finally squinted her golden eyes and laughed. I don't seem to be human. She was in a daze. After a long time, the young girl extended a finger and wiped her cheeks below her eyes. On the top of the capital, the two former allies were at daggers drawn. The woman in the palace dress said sharply, "Cui Dong, you knew that person from the beginning, right? So in order to curry favor with him, you deliberately opened the capital's gate and let him kill all the way to the Beko Kaekyung building? This is a capital offense. Dying once is not enough. Do you think that if I was beaten into the dust, you would be any better? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Cui Dong, who appeared in the image of a green-robed scholar, said indifferently, "If I did not remove the capital's formation, do you believe that other than me, there would definitely be people dying in front of the Beko Kaekyung building? Unlike now, at least no one died." Cui Dong sneered, "I know that Song Jisun's existence is now meaningless. He has lost his value. In any case, your other son, who is also my good student, is no longer needed to be the head of the Beko Kaekyung building, which is very likely to be destroyed by the sword. So I guess you can't wait for this kid to die and be reincarnated." The woman smiled sweetly and said with a calm expression, "How can Imperial Tutor lie through his teeth?" What they were most afraid of were those Qi refinement warriors who had thick skin and whose whereabouts were unpredictable. They would purposely choose the ordinary soldiers of the Li dynasty and kill them indiscriminately. Most importantly, they would run away decisively after killing them. What should the imperial court of the Li dynasty do? Thus, the sword tower of Beko Kaekyung building came into being and began to surface little by little. The first to know this big secret were the 12 gods of mountains and rivers, who were, on the same side, outside the capital of Dali. Previously, when the Song clan wanted to take Cloud-Splitting Mountain as the North Peak and remove the titles of the original 5 peaks, even though Emperor Dali had secretly hinted to the 5 gods and made a different explicit promise, it was still suspicious that he was kicking them to the curb after they had outlived their usefulness. The silence of the 5 gods was barely reasonable. After all, when it came to the golden body of incense and the foundation of the Great Way, who would dare to easily believe in words and paper? Then, the matter of resisting and killing the enemy became a righteous matter. The 12 gods, who had shared the glory and disgrace of the Dali dynasty, had no reason to shirk away. All of this, before the real fight with the foreign swordsmen, actually, there was no fault to be found. Perhaps even the 6 Dharma forms, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, did not feel that there was any problem at all with their real bodies left in the mountains and rivers. This was because in the secret order that Emperor Dali gave them, it was clearly stated that they were to kill a 10th or possibly 11th level cultivator. That was all. Even after the fight, it was still the same. The final outcome was obvious and extremely dismal. The Dali dynasty, from His Majesty himself to the builder of the White Jade building, and the 6 gods of mountains and rivers, seemed to have all lost. But all of this was because no one, including Emperor Dali, expected that the enemy would be so powerful. In the end, when the truth was revealed to the world, it even gave people an invisible illusion that Dali was honorably defeated. But at this time, Cui Dong, who was standing on the city wall, still had some lingering fears. Because in the loss, the greatly emperor had achieved a part of what he wanted to achieve. Among the 5 gods of the mountains, only the god of the Middle Mountain, who had always been loyal to the Song clan, and the god of the North Mountain, who was in the most difficult situation before, had their Dharma forms intact. The other 3 were completely wiped out and their cultivation levels had plummeted. They were almost reduced to ordinary gods of the mountains, struggling at death's door. They had lost the courage and confidence to wrestle with Emperor Dali in the matter of changing the name of the mountains. The truly terrifying subtlety was not this. In the early years, when Cui Dong and Emperor Dali were chatting happily in the process of playing chess, Dali's imperial tutor, who had always been unscrupulous in his speech, shared some of his insights. Among them, he said that sometimes, it was better to use those who had made mistakes and been beaten. They could even be put in an important position, because those who had suffered pain and had been taught a lesson would be particularly obedient. Therefore, among the 5 mountains, except for the god of the middle mountain, as long as the other 4 mountains in the east, south, west, and north chewed on the aftertaste of this tragedy one day, then most of them would begin to resent Emperor Dali. Only the god of the north mountain, who was the first to take the wrong side, would only be more afraid. If it were before today, Cui Dong would have been willing to tell her these details one by one. But at this time, he did not intend to suffer with her. Cui Dong could tolerate some of the dirty things this woman had done. After all, it had nothing to do with him. The more ruthless an ally was, the more his enemy would suffer. Cui Dong was not foolish enough to persuade this ally to have a bodhisattva's heart. For Cui Shi to be able to get to where he was today, he definitely didn't rely on benevolence. But His Majesty, if this siege was successful, perhaps just wanted to knock some sense into him. But now, the situation was very different. This empress, who really did not have the slightest bit of womanly kindness, let the surrendered general of the Liu family cut off Song Yuzhang's head and secretly put it in a wooden box, in case of an emergency. Who was she targeting? Naturally, it was her son Song Mu, or Song Jisun, who had grown up in Mud Bottle Alley. Of course Song Yuzhang deserved to die. The construction of the covered bridge involved a great scandal of the Song imperial clan. The saying of making amends for one's faults did not make sense here. After Song Yuzhang returned to the capital, he served as an official of the Ministry of Rights for a period of time. Before he could even warm up his seat, he was personally appointed by the emperor to Lizhu Paradise. Nominally, he was more familiar with the local customs and affairs, which would be beneficial for the matter of conferring the title of God of Mountains and Rivers. In reality, Song Yuzhang was well aware that this was giving him a relatively dignified death. It was not a sudden death in the capital's official residence, and he was not casually beheaded for some crime. Song Yuzhang still faced death calmly. Even as the imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong, even though he felt that Song Yuzhang was completely blindly loyal, he could not deny that he somewhat admired this bookworm's honest character. Cui Dong privately believed that in the court of a dynasty, there were always 2 things that were required: the inconspicuous floor tiles and the pillars that supported the palace. Neither could be missing. Song Yuzhang belonged to the former. He, the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, the vassal king, Song Zhangqiang, and the other officials of the 6 departments all belonged to the latter. However, this woman actually collected that head, crossing the emperor's bottom line for the first time. As a result, that trusted general called Yang Hua was forced to become the god of the Tifu River. In reality, although that palace maid was indeed talented, under normal circumstances, she definitely would not have been promoted so hastily. With Emperor Dali's shrewdness and diligence, he would definitely have made better use of her potential. However, this empress still bit the bullet and did her best to make Song Jisun the owner of the Beko Kakyong building, obtain the recognition of the 12 flying swords, and walk up floor by floor. It seemed like a mother making up for her long-lost son. In reality, it was not so simple. Song He was the one she truly regarded as her own flesh and blood, and she had high hopes for him. After all, one of them lived with him day and night and watched him grow up bit by bit. He made her happy in every aspect. On the other hand, he was far away in the Black Pearl Cave, struggling in the shabby alleys full of chicken dung and dog excrement. She had tried to peek at the Emperor's secret file once in the earliest days, but she was severely punished. It was probably from then on that she had given up on her eldest son. In addition, Song-Mu's name was clearly written in the official residence of the Dolly sect. His name was crossed out in red ink, which was a shocking sight. As for whether there was suffering and pain in the depths of her heart, Cui Dong did not know. No one knew. Cui Dong was not interested in the bloody details and mental journey unknown to others, and why and how she treated her eldest son, Song-Mu, as a stepping stone for her younger brother, Song-Hee. The woman in the court dress smiled and said, "I already know where I was wrong, but does Cui Dong know?" Cui Dong put one hand behind his back and patted the wall of the arrow pile with the other hand, and said slowly, "I know. I opened the capital city's great formation and opened the door to meet the enemy. Although my intention was good, and I could let Alliance see our Dolly's sincerity and compromise, I was still caught in a dilemma." The woman looked at the imperial tutor with pitiful eyes, and gloated, "His Majesty's life is also a person who supports the dragon. How can you put it on the gambling table without permission?" Cui Dong nodded and said, "That's true." The woman said with good intentions, "The great imperial tutor of Dolly, once the first disciple of the sage of literature, at this time, if you shed tears of regret, maybe His Majesty will spare you." Cui Dong smiled and said, "I'm a pitiful person who has fallen many times. I can bear pain and endure loneliness. But you're different, Your Highness. You were born in a rich family, and you've been used to a life of luxury since you were young. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult." The woman's face was gloomy, and she finally shed all pretense of cordiality. She asked bluntly, "Are we going to break up?" Cui Dong said calmly, "The friendship of a lowly person is as sweet as wine. We make friends with benefits, and we break up when the benefits are exhausted. What's so strange about that?" "What, Your Highness, don't tell me you think we're gentlemen's friends." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, fine, fine. You win. Then you'll have to beg His Majesty to beat me to death, or else." Cui Dong waved his hand and said, "Don't scare me with words. You know very well what kind of personality I, Cui Dong, have. The mountains are high, and the rivers are long. No one knows what will happen in the future. As long as Your Highness can get through this, Cui Dong will naturally be willing to ally with you. If you can't, rest assured, Your Highness, that I won't hit you when you're down. I understand His Majesty's thoughts a little, and I will never do anything that harms others without benefiting myself." The woman in palace attire said something that was rare for her to be sincere. "Cui Dong, you're a very scary person." Cui Dong smiled and didn't say anything. He just couldn't help but think of that familiar figure. Cui Dong, who had once studied under that old man when he was still a teenager, would often see that sword-wielding wanderer come to the old man's side. One would talk about sage principles, and the other would talk about interesting things in the Jianghu. The two of them were like chickens and ducks talking about ducks. Many years later, Cui Dong stubbornly insisted on doing things his own way. He didn't recognize the teacher who had taught him and betrayed him. Later on, he committed a series of crimes that involved deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Cui Dong never regretted it. Everything was for the sake of the great Tao. However, losing that person's friendship also made Cui Dong, who had such a cold heart, feel regretful, so regretful that he somewhat regretted it. However, if Cui Dong was given a chance to choose again, it would still be the same. There wouldn't be any changes. On the great Tao, after taking the first step, there was often no way back. At this time, on top of the city wall, before Cui Dong's words landed, a golden-feathered eagle broke through the air and arrived. It suddenly stopped on top of the arrow pile. Cui Dong took a step back and lowered his head slightly. The woman in palace attire hurriedly turned sideways and curtsied gracefully. It stared fixedly at the woman. A crisp and tender child's voice sounded. Song Yung-chun said that you should go to Eternal Spring Palace to cultivate. When you reach the upper 5 realms, you can leave Eternal Spring Palace and return to the capital. However, during this period, you are not allowed to interact with anyone. At the same time, you will immediately hand over all the files on Bamboo Leaf Pavilion to Imperial Tutor Chui. You only need to cultivate in peace. Chui Dong bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." It turned its head and looked at the Dolly Imperial Tutor. Song Yung-chun said that you should not do it again. Back then, he told you not to do it more than 3 times. He wants you to cherish it. Chui Dong nodded and didn't say anything else. The woman in palace attire only asked one question. Can you let and he visit me at Eternal Spring Palace from time to time? It nodded and said, of course. Song Yung-chun also said that Song Mu will stay in the heart-nourishing room to continue studying. If you feel lonely on the mountain, you can bring Song Mu to Eternal Spring Palace to cultivate the thunder technique. Everything is up to you. The woman's eyes wandered. It was still a little impatient. Song Yung-chun wanted me to tell you that Dolly's national strength was damaged because of that person. This matter was his own decision and has nothing to do with you. You don't have to think too much about it. The woman in palace attire was on the verge of tears. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the palace. At this moment, she was extremely charming. She said in a soft and trembling voice, "Your Majesty." Suddenly its voice became shrill. "Stinky. Rotten woman, you vixen, hurry up and get out of the capital. I've been tolerating you for a long time." The woman in palace attire asked with a smile, "Did His Majesty also say this?" It snorted coldly, flapped its wings, and flew high into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the golden falcon left, the woman staggered and supported herself with both hands on the city wall, her face deathly pale. The Bamboo Leaf Pavilion was a spy organization that she had painstakingly built. It was a shadow pillar of the Dolly dynasty and was almost her 3rd son. Chui Dong was a little sad. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground, but the pain of your heart being pierced will last for thousands of years. However, even though Chui Dong now held the power of life and death in the Bamboo Leaf Pavilion, he still couldn't feel happy at all. Because the body of the young man that had restored the mental connection seemed to have completely disappeared. Even that old Yang chose to turn a blind eye. He was unwilling to send any news back to Dolly's capital. The turbulent and dangerous shoals of the Chongden River were no different from the gates of hell in the eyes of the common people. Therefore, every time the boatman returned with a guest, he would have a bountiful harvest and a bulging bag. The boat was tied to the riverside that ran through the town. Off the boat, there were brothels and restaurants where orioles sang and swallows danced. There were also many small taverns that sold cheap and inferior liquor. Most of them were beautiful women soliciting business for the boatman to get drunk. If the boatman could persuade the scholars on the boat to take the opportunity to go to the taverns and brothels that they were familiar with, there would be an additional considerable income under the table. Today, someone hired a boatman to tour that section of the river where the stone forest was as tightly guarded as spears and halberds. The boatman was a stout man of about 50 years old, but his body was still robust and his arms were bulging with muscles. He was also talkative. The guest who hired the boat was an old gentleman. He looked shabby, but his spending was passable. He gave 10 taels of silver and looked at least 60 years old. However, he still wanted to travel alone, which made the boatman somewhat puzzled. The boat bobbed up and down in the turbulent current. Waves constantly splashed onto the 2 people. The boatman looked at the old gentleman leaning sideways with both hands tightly grasping the side of the boat. He laughed in his heart. Scholars, regardless of age, seemed to be like this. For example, the boatman really didn't understand what was so interesting about those stones in the water. Could they talk, or were they more beautiful than the women on both sides of the river in our red candle town? Spending money to buy suffering, the brains of scholars really couldn't understand. After the boat sailed out of the dangerous shoals, it came to the smooth surface of the Chongdan River. After the boatman roughly told the old story of the Empress Temple, he casually asked, "Old master, are you a foreigner? Where are you from?" "But our Dolly official language is passable. My hometown is far away. I just like to visit the scenery, walk around, and have no worries. It's comfortable. You don't look young anymore. You have to take it easy. It's okay, it's okay. Old master, let me ask you a question. You have traveled extensively, so you must have been to many places. What do you think of our Dolly's scenery?" "Very good, very good. It's a place of great people." "Then is the wine in our red candle town good?" "It's good, it's good. It's just a little expensive." "Then isn't our emperor very powerful?" "Very powerful." "Is our Dolly imperial tutor's chess skills better than those of the Great Sui Kingdom?" "It should be." "Is our Dolly the strongest in the north?" Of course, of course. In fact, except for the first question, the boatman deliberately teased the old man with a series of questions, because he found that the old man was really a nice guy who liked to nod and agree with everything. When they were about to go ashore, the boatman saw the old man nodding with a sincere face again. He couldn't help but laugh. "Old master, you have a good temper, but it's too good. How can you only say nice things like that? The scholars I have met before, big and small, old and young, there are at least 100 of them. They all speak in a genteel and sarcastic manner, making people unable to understand what they are saying, making people feel that they are very knowledgeable. Alas, it's a pity that I'm not good at understanding. I haven't been to school, and I don't have a teacher to guide me. Even if I want to interrupt, it's difficult. As long as you have the heart, nothing is difficult." The old man laughed and then asked, "By the way, have you heard of Mr. Chi from Cliff Academy?" The boatman hesitated, sighed softly, and finally shook his head. "Never heard of him." The old man nodded and said with a smile, "Dolly is a little different." "Why?" "I passed by a small beacon at the border where there were only 2 people. In the end, an immortal descended and asked for food. If it were any other country, they would have knelt down and offered it with both hands. But you Dolly soldiers are different. You talk to the immortals with a straight back. Of course, it's inevitable that you're nervous." The boatman laughed and said, "Old master, you've seen immortals before. Then you didn't walk so far in vain. You're better than me. Those tourists say that there are water ghosts and river grannies under the Chongdan River, but I've been rowing for 30 years and haven't seen anything strange." The old man smiled and said, "That's right, I've seen it before. It's just that those immortals have bad tempers. Those 2 beacon fire soldiers were slapped and sent flying, smashing all the tables and stools into smithereens. But one immortal, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, threw a gold ingot on the ground before leaving." The boatman said enviously, "Wouldn't that be a fortune? If it were me, not to mention 1 slap, 10 slaps would be enough." The old man nodded and said approvingly, "You have a big heart. It's a good thing, a good thing." The boatman suddenly asked worriedly, "By the way, those immortals didn't make things difficult for you, old master, did they?" The old man looked at the sincere old man and laughed heartily. "They didn't make things difficult, they didn't make things difficult." After the boatman felt relieved, he wanted to tease this interesting old man. He asked, "Old master, do you want a drink?" The boatman blinked and tried hard to hold back his laughter. He whispered, "It's wine with prostitutes. I can lead the way." The old man's eyes widened and he squeezed out 3 words. "Is it expensive?" The boatman laughed heartily and decided not to tease the old man anymore. It's expensive. The old man struggled with himself. It's okay. Wait for me when we get ashore. I'll go borrow money from someone. Maybe I can borrow 20 or 30 taels of silver. The boatman was stunned for a moment. He was an honest man after all and naturally couldn't bear to take him to a brothel where money flowed like water. Old master, I'm just joking with you. The wine with prostitutes is boring. Thinking of drinking 2 or 3 taels of silver in one cup, I'll be so distressed that I won't even care about the taste of the wine. Let's not go. If you really want to drink, I'll take you to a small wine shop on the shore. It's an authentic local brew in Red Candle Town. The price can be considered fair. The boat slowly approached the shore. The old man stood up and patted the boatman's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Good words but evil deeds. You're a national demon." The robust boatman's face suddenly turned pale. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't move at all. He wanted to jump into the water, reveal his original form and quickly escape, but that was an extravagant hope. The old man continued with a smile. Words can't speak, but actions can be taken. You're a national treasure. I hope you can stick to your heart and do good deeds. The old man's chest seemed to be filled with an inexplicable awe-inspiring aura. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. After the old scholar went ashore, he slowly left. The boatman's eyes were brimming with tears. When he was finally able to move, he immediately jumped ashore and knelt down in front of the old man's back. He performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows ceremony. It was said that there was a saint in heaven and earth. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were law. The old scholar asked all the way until he reached the door of the Pillow relay station. He asked if the young man called Chin Pingon was still there. The relay station guard asked who he was. The old scholar thought for a moment and said that he was half a teacher of the young man. In the end, the relay station guard told him to get lost. For some unknown reason, a handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows had been obediently staying in an old school these days. Every day, he would hold a book and read. What was even stranger was that the young man would often cry until his face was covered with snot and tears. 118. Previously, at the junction of Dragonbeard Creek and Tifu River, there was a majestic waterfall. But now, Dragonbeard Creek should be called Dragonbeard River, and Tifu River was also changed to Tifu River. In the night, there was a beautiful woman holding a golden tassel sword. She stood on the green stone cliff at the junction of the creek and the river. The young woman had an excellent figure, and the clothes around her chest bulged up high. It could be said that when one looked down, one would not be able to see the tips of her feet. So much so that the golden tassel of her sword was entwined just like that. She was the personal servant girl of the Empress. Although she was extremely beautiful, she had a vulgar name of a countrywoman, Yang Hua. The woman first threw the eastern treasured Bottle Island sword, which was originally called a talisman, into the river. She took a deep breath and began to take off her clothes. She took them off one by one and casually threw them into the splashing water of Tifu River. In the end, she revealed a curvaceous, flawless, and perfect body. Bathed in the moonlight and mist, she looked even more ethereal. Then, she took a step forward, and her slender body fell straight down. She wanted to enter the water and become a god. The woman Yang Hua, who had obtained the decree of the Dali imperial court, was going to become a river god of this Tifu River tonight. The counties of the Dali dynasty were divided into big, small, medium, and 3 grades. The rivers were the same. The streams under the river were the lowest level of water spirits. Even if the imperial court conferred a god to oversee a waterway, they would only be given the title of River Granny. They were not allowed to overstep the conferred god. The rivers above were divided into high, medium, and low grades. Dragonbeard Creek had risen 2 grades, from a stream to a medium-grade river. There was no difference between the river above the river and the river below. Now, Tiefu River had become a big river. It was just that Tiefu River and Dragonbeard River, these two connected rivers, temporarily did not build a shrine to the river god, nor did they build a statue of the god. Everything was simple. The 2 new righteous gods of Jianghe were not familiar names in Longquan County. Among them, the Iron Fujiang righteous god was called Yanghua. Compared to God Zhang's conferment, the Dali imperial court conferred 3 orthodox mountain gods in one go: Mount Cloud, Mount Dianxiang, and Mount Luope. The investiture ceremony was grand and mighty. Emperor Dali personally wrote an imperial edict. Sage Wanshur helped to announce the opening of the altar. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites read out the contents. Qintianji and Mr. Qing Wu's gold and jade burial. The local official, Longquan County's county magistrate Wu Yuan, unveiled the 2 clay golden-bodied deity statues, and so on. There was a series of complicated formalities, not missing the slightest bit. The Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent's mountain deity was divided into the 5 mountain deities, the normal mountain deity, and the earth deity. There were a total of 3 levels, and the commoners called him the Lord of the Land. Generally speaking, the size of a mountain range was fixed even after hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, it was difficult for the earth mountain deity to be promoted on the spot. However, it was not absolute. If there was an expert who cultivated in the earth realm, and was regarded highly by the imperial court, and became an imperial tutor or supreme with a high status, it was possible for him to rise to the top. After all, it was not about the height of a mountain. Among them, the mountain deity of Mount Luope was particularly strange. Only its surname was Song. Compared to the other 2 clay statues, this mountain deity statue was specially made with a golden head. The rest of its clothes were painted, and it was not smeared with gold powder. It was said that this was a secret edict issued by the imperial court. In the turbid river, there was a turbulent waterfall crashing down from above. The tip of the woman's foot lightly stepped on the hilt of the precious Taoist sword. The golden tassel was like a vine, and it was unknown when it gently wrapped around her ankle. Treasures aroused the envy of others. The eyelashes of the woman who closed her eyes trembled slightly, and tears slowly flowed out of her eyes. Being at the bottom of the river, the tears naturally disappeared in a flash. Even though her physique was different from ordinary people, and she was close to the river since she was young, there was a wandering Taoist who came to her house when she was young and checked her horoscope. He said that she would easily attract all kinds of evil things in the water, so it was best not to go near the water source alone, especially the place where the rootless water temporarily gathered. The girl surnamed Yang Minghua gradually grew up. Very soon, she was chosen by a Mr. Qing Wu from the Great Li dynasty, and was brought to the goddess side. She practiced the superior water technique, and her cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. It was possible that just 3 years of practice would be equivalent to 30 years of hard work for other people, or even longer. However, the real reason that forced her to embark on this road of no return. One had to know that becoming a river deity had always been regarded as a dead end by orthodox qi cultivators. It was not the right way to live a long life at all. Imagine a longevity bridge. If one knew that it collapsed halfway and people could not reach the other side, then what kind of longevity bridge was it? She knew in her heart that this was called possessing a jade ring becomes a crime. Because she was recognized by the capital city rune sword, she successfully controlled the talisman before the young swordsman Liu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden made his move. After obtaining this great opportunity, her cultivation level skyrocketed. Just when she thought that the upper 5 states was just around the corner, but at the same time, bad news came one after another silently. First, the goddess asked her to take out the rune sword and give it to Ruanqing, who was in charge of Diju, to split open the dragon-slaying platform twice. Then, the rune sword that was returned to her was already in a state where it was almost broken. What else could she do? One was the goddess who gave her a new lease of life, and the other was the military saint who was treated as a distinguished guest by the Dolly. She could only grit her teeth and accept this result. However, she did not expect that the emperor would temporarily confer her the title of the water god of the Tifu River. In the river, the woman who stood on the sword hovered motionlessly, just like a god standing on a shrine. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to calm her mind and concentrate. Her hands formed a seal and she was as still as a mountain. First, her fine black hair fell off strand by strand and dissipated in the river, disappearing with the flow. Then, her flesh and blood melted little by little. The intense pain did not only come from her flesh and blood, but also from the depths of her soul. The woman's delicate body, which was gradually becoming a bloody mess, was still trembling incessantly, even though Dolly's secret technique isolated her senses. She was so skinny that her bones stood up. In the end, the woman was reduced to a real skeleton. The water surface boiled and steam rose high. The half-destroyed rune sword remained motionless at the bottom of the river, but the horrifying skeleton of the woman could be faintly seen. It began to sway like floating water plants. It was extremely fragile, as if it could be washed away by the river at any time. At the critical moment, the golden tassel of the Taoist rune sword, talisman, began to emit golden rays of light. Not only did it bind the woman's ankle more tightly, it also continued to climb up slowly and finally stopped at the knee of the skeleton. This allowed the skeleton to stabilize her body and help her not to be despised by the mysterious spirit contained in the river and completely become the lowest class of water ghost otherworldly item. Condensing divinity, reconstructing the golden body, the body became a false saint. The first strand of hair began to grow on the top of the skeleton's head. It was not the dark green hair of the old woman of the Dragon Whisker Creek, but light golden hair. Strands of hair appeared on the white bones and became more luxuriant. Finally, they gathered into a long golden hair that was dozens of feet long. It was extremely gorgeous. This was the sign of a rain master that was rarely seen in 100 years. The gods of the rivers in the world, no matter big or small, were ultimately attached to the earth and flowed with the flow. However, the rain master that was almost extinct in the Aquarius continent could be regarded as a god in the heavens. Although the rank of a rain master was not much higher than a river god, the difference was like an ordinary chi cultivator fighting against a swordsman of the same level. It was a bit similar to the old man who held a lantern in the officialdom. The position of a doctor was much more important than other Dali officials of the same rank. The Doluo golden immortal that was revered by Taoists, the Arhat golden body of the Buddhist protectors, the clay golden bodies of the gods in the world, and the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of the secular dynasties all had the word golden. Among them, the golden body dharma of the gods was actually an illusion. It did not mean that the gods really achieved a golden body all over their body. The golden body of the Dragonbeard River's granny he was actually just a little golden light in her eyes. However, this woman had a head of golden hair that symbolized the qualification of a rain master. The difference was like heaven and earth. The woman began to recover her appearance. Flesh grew from bones. When she finally opened her eyes, she was already more beautiful than before. A green dress condensed from the essence of the river wrapped around her extremely attractive body. She walked forward slowly as if she was walking on flat ground. She breathed freely. Compared to cultivating in the cave that was full of spiritual energy, she felt more satisfied. The woman raised her hand and the talisman sword that had never been unsheathed jumped out from the bottom of the river by itself. She held it in her hand and held it horizontally in front of her. She gently pulled the sword out of the scabbard and stared at the shocking cracks. They were like scars on a beauty's face, making people feel sorry and pitiful. Yang Hua, who had already become the Dali River god, turned her wrist and held the talisman sword upright. She looked down and stared at the sword that was as sharp as before. She said softly, "In the end, only you did not leave me." The talisman sword trembled slightly and its spiritual energy was exhausted. It was like a withered old man on a sickbed, without any spirit. "I won't abandon you. It's good that we have a dead end. We will walk to the end together." Yang Hua lowered her head and turned her cheek slightly. She used the sharp blade to cut a bloody groove on her face. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. The talisman river water rolled and flowed. The momentum of the water became more and more vigorous. It was murderous and there was no trace of resentment or melancholy. Everything in the world was a crime because of one's wealth. People in the world who had sharp weapons would naturally have murderous intentions. On the back of the green ox by the Dragon Whisker River, an old man squatted on the stone cliff and smoked. A young woman sat carefully on the edge of the stone cliff. Her hair hung down and extended into the river. Now that she had been promoted to the legitimate river god recognized by the Dali imperial court, she could rely on this method to go ashore temporarily. Don't underestimate this small step. Even if you practiced for hundreds or thousands of years, you would still be powerless. The woman whose long hair covered the water below the stone cliff timidly said, "Immortal, why can't I, Malanhua, have a river god temple? Even if it's just a small temple, it'll be fine." The old man puffed and sneered, "With your rotten reputation, you still want to have continuous incense? I'm afraid it's only a few big water tanks worth of saliva. Moreover, do you think that by enjoying the incense, you can guarantee a good harvest? Moreover, it's just a business where you can lie down and enjoy life without doing anything." The woman smiled embarrassedly, "Immortal, you know that I'm a village woman with long hair and short knowledge. Please tell me, lest I commit another taboo and anger a certain big shot. I'm not afraid of being beaten, but if I cause trouble for you, I'll feel terrible." When she said that her hair was long and her knowledge was short, the woman glanced at her black hair from the corner of her eyes and felt slightly proud. Her hair was long, but it was really long. Those foolish women with short lifespans in the small town, many of them had gray hair when they were in their 40s. How could they be compared to her? In terms of identity and family background, what could they use to be compared to her, a dignified river god? The old man slowly said, "Once the temple is set up, the altar is set up, and the incense burner is set up. After the first incense is lit, you can be considered to be truly dependent on this land." For example, when there were 2 earthquakes from Red Candle Town, Longquan County also shook and the river swayed. If you have an ancestral temple and a clay statue, then you will suffer the impact of this kind of vibration. Although the woman pretended to nod in agreement, she did not think so in her heart. The old man was expressionless. He held the pipe in one hand and casually knocked on the stone cliff with his free hand. The woman's flesh and blood instantly cracked inch by inch, causing her to fall into the river from the pain. She wailed with all her might under the water, and her body twisted and rolled crazily. The old man turned a blind eye to this and said slowly, "Why did the righteous god of mountains and rivers choose to follow the king at the foot of the mountain to help keep the people on the mountain in check? Other than the source of incense, the fights between the immortals on the mountain will affect the rise and fall of the fate of the land. This is also the key. Who would be willing to be in a precarious situation? Who knows if their golden body will be severely injured tomorrow and they will disappear from the world the day after tomorrow? Other than that, the folk customs, culture, education, weapons, and many other things will also affect your cultivation. It can be subtle or sudden, but it can't be changed by the will of the gods. The former is like cutting flesh with a blunt knife, while the latter is a disaster from the sky. You should cherish the current leisure time. This is the real carefree and happy life like a god. The woman didn't dare to go ashore anymore. Her pale head slowly floated to the surface of the water and begged for mercy. Great immortal, I know the severity of the situation. The old man waved his hand. Go away. The woman dived into the water and swayed her waist. Her figure instantly passed through the stone arch bridge and escaped 2 to 3 miles away on the waterway. The woman who used to be a river woman leisurely passed by the section of the river where the blacksmith shop was. Now she was not so afraid of the little girl with powerful means. After all, in addition to working diligently for the military saint and increasing the gloomy weight of the flowing water, she was occasionally called by the little girl to ask about the past of the small town. Over time, she felt that her waist had become very strong. As for the girl Xiao, who was very strange in the woman's eyes, according to their chat, the woman knew that in addition to forging every day, she continued to keep an eye on the old house that was about to be repaired. She also helped to clean a few houses every few days. She also moved the cage of old hens and chicks to the blacksmith shop. In fact, the woman didn't understand the girl's thoughts at all. How could the only daughter of the military saint live like a daughter of an ordinary family in a small town? Not to mention that it was boring, she didn't have any great ambitions. However, she didn't dare to tell Wanxiu her thoughts. After she became the legitimate river god, she felt the power of the fire dragon even more deeply. However, the woman now felt that she really had a backer. She thought that she and Xiao had turned from enemies to friends. She could even be considered half of the military saint's helper. Moreover, she could be considered as old Yang's unofficial disciple. These things made the woman very proud. In fact, she also remembered the beating, but she was a little forgetful. She often forgot the pain after the scar healed. However, she enjoyed it. The old man sitting alone on the back of the green ox sighed, a frog at the bottom of the well forgets his worries when he sees the full moon. After a long time, a young man with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows slowly walked up the stone cliff. He squatted beside the old man and sighed. Old Yang smiled and asked, "Did you study a lot at school today?" The young man, imperial tutor, was hurt by this sentence. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. The old man didn't continue to sprinkle salt on his wound. After all, they were temporary allies. The clay statues of the Yuan family's Wenchang Pavilion and the Chao family's Martial Saint Temple have already been built, right? But the location hasn't been decided yet. Don't you want to help that student of yours? Are you really willing to see his career break in this Longquan County? The handsome young man with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows said dejectedly, "If it was in the past, I would have a backup plan. Do you think I still need to do this now?" Old Yang nodded. "It's a little tragic." The young man said angrily, "Hey, Old Yang, it's fine if you didn't help me at that time, but you still have the nerve to mock me?" Old Yang was unmoved. "At most, I'm being sarcastic. It's not called mocking." The old man thought for a while and said, "I'm willing to put down my old face and plead for you. Is it useful?" The young man stammered, "I have to speak up for justice and say something." The young man leaned back and lay on the uneven green cliff. Looking at the deep night sky, he muttered to himself, "Did you and Song Jianqiang have a private alliance like me?" Old man Yang smiled and said, "Yes, and he didn't try to hide it. Otherwise, Li Er wouldn't have made such a big fuss with Song Chongjing. Instead of letting your emperor worry, it's better to put it on the table and let him see it himself. That way, he'll know what's going on. However, I reckon that with Song Jianqiang's unruly personality, when he arrives in the capital, he will definitely tell us everything." The young man said angrily, "My luck is just not as good as Song Jianqiang's. I shouldn't have come to this broken place. What kind of paradise is this? This damn place is my, Cui Dong's, land of calamity." The old man smiled. For the other half of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, that might not be the case. The young man sat up and said angrily, Old Yang, if you talk like that again, I'll fight you to the death. Old Yang turned to look at the young man who had suffered one disaster after another. He stopped adding fuel to the fire. Have you realized that after you were cut off, you've changed a lot? The young man frowned and wondered, have I? The old man nodded and said seriously, yes. Your temperament has gradually changed, and your soul has gradually stabilized. Although your cultivation is negligible, compared to the previous imperial tutor, Cui Dong, you finally look a little like the young Cui Dong. The young man's face was ashen, and his eyes were burning. The old man looked into the distance and joked, it seems that studying is still useful. Cui Dong, who was originally living in this precious body, was now like an immigrant who had migrated to a distant place and took root in the local area. Cui Dong was divided into two. Imperial tutor, Cui Dong, had lost a part of his soul. The body that the young Cui Dong's soul resided in was both a place to stand and a cage. The young man did not want to be entangled in this matter. He was afraid that he would drown himself if he could not help it. He quickly changed the topic. His Majesty did not agree to merge Dragonbeard Creek and Tiefu River into one river and then divide it all to Hipao. Instead, he divided them into two and promoted them separately. At the same time, Song Yuzhang, who had died of illness here, was promoted to the mountain god of Luopa Mountain without any warning. Furthermore, he ordered people to secretly create a golden head and send it to Longquan County. In this way, he gave imperial younger brother Song Jianqiang and that person who slept beside him 50 times each. Old Yang looked at the rolling mountain range and peaks in the west and asked, You Cui Dong, imperial tutor, also need to figure out the emperor's heart like this? The young man was stunned and sighed deeply. Firstly, he has been in a cage for a long time, the horse is thin and the hair is long, and the man is poor and the ambition is short. Secondly, that His Majesty the Emperor is ambitious and likes to scheme openly. He is upright, and really cannot be underestimated. If it was another dynasty, Song Jianqiang would have already usurped the throne. As for that woman, she might have already tasted the taste of an empress. Although the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent is small, there is one thing that other continents do not have, and that is that in the official history, there has never been an empress who ruled over the world. Who knows how many women are restless, wanting to take the lead and use this chance to be immortalized in history. Even if they have to go down in infamy for 10,000 years, they would still be willing. I just don't know if Dolly can get through this hurdle. Even if he does, who knows how many years he will be pushed back. However, in the world, only I know what Alliance wants to do, and can guess what he will do. As he finished speaking, the young man suddenly became spirited. Old Yang asked, the capital's Cui Dong also does not know. The young man sighed and said with a complicated expression, about that, I don't think I know. The young man used all his strength to rub his cheeks. The Dragontail County's Chen family suddenly opened a school here and taught all the children in Longquan County for free. They hired 3 teachers with a large sum of money, and all of them are great scholars and literary heroes whose names shook the county. They are all guests who have close relations with the Qin family. Is there any incitement from the Yingyin Qin family? Is it their scholarly faction that is plotting something in the Aquarius continent? Old Yang chuckled, I know about this karma, but I will not tell you. Anyways, you are about to roll out of here. For me to talk to you for so long, it is already very benevolent of me. The young man Cui Dong was not angry this time. It's good that you left. After the young man stood up, his face instantly changed. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, good my ass. Bringing along 2 troublesome burdens is fine, I can bear with it. But to want me to be that brat's disciple, what is going on? Old man, what are you thinking? Is it because without your cultivation, without your status, you have lost all your knowledge. If you dare to stand in front of me now, I guarantee that I will scold you until your head bleeds. Old man, you are shameless, you are a scoundrel, do you know that? As a person, you have to have some conscience and reason. Old Yang gave a thumbs up and clicked his tongue. Young man is chivalrous and courageous. The young man suddenly stopped scolding and asked in a low voice, I didn't mention any names. The old man used to be extremely powerful, but that was so many years ago. Now, there's only a little left. You can't possibly still hear my words, right? Old Yang stood up and put away his pipe. He patted his butt and prepared to leave. That is hard to say, after all, you were his first disciple, you might be an exception. The young man Cui Dong laughed dryly and comforted himself, impossible, impossible. At this time, the most common scholarly books appeared in front of the young man. No one flipped them, but they slowly opened to the first page. The young man with the cinnabar mark on his forehead was dumbstruck, as if he was grieving for his parents. Old Yang walked away. Sigh, someone wants to read again. The young man's eyes were lifeless as he straightened his clothes. He straightened his back and began to recite loudly, Heaven and earth have righteous energy, the chaos is manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. The young man suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the old man's back. Damn you! Did you deliberately leak my secret and pass my words to the old man? Old bastard, how can you bully people like that? I only exposed your identity, do you have to bear a grudge? The young man's hand trembled for no reason. He was in so much pain that he shuddered, as if there was a strict teacher standing at the side, beating a naughty student with a ruler. The young man continued to roar, to people, it is vast and abundant, filling the sky. The royal road should be cleared of barbarians. Hanha spits out the court. At the entrance of the Pillow Inn in Red Candle Town, the courier who had spoken ill of a poor old man probably felt that he couldn't fight with an old man. In the end, he cursed and told the old man the answer, saying that those people had left by boat during the day and were heading south along the Embroidery River. When the courier saw the old man turn and leave, he spat on the ground fiercely. Only later remembering that it was at the entrance of his relay station, he resentfully wiped it off with the tip of his foot. Since those children came to the Pillow relay station, strange things had happened one after another, and in the end, they even caused the kind posthouse official to lose his official position. They were really a bunch of jinxes. The old man walked on the street with a bag on his back. After thinking carefully, he decided to give up on the spot. The road was long enough to know people's hearts. The old man quietly reached out, grabbed a jasper hairpin, and put it back into his sleeve. Those children went south to the Great Sway Kingdom, and the old scholar went west. The road was facing the sky, and they went on different sides. Whether they would reach the same destination by different routes, he did not know. But the road under his feet had to be taken step by step. On a large ship, Chen Pingon and the other three could only stand at the bow because of an eyesore of a white donkey. They could not sit comfortably in the cabin. Fortunately, the four of them were already used to the hard life of living in the open. Li Huai was a little angry at the ship owner for looking down on them, but he soon smiled and asked Lin Shi to help lead the donkey. He climbed on the donkey's back, sat on the boat, and rode the donkey, which made Li Huai smile from ear to ear. The passengers on the nearby large ships looked at the young men and children as if they were idiots. Lin Shi held the reins, and the river breeze came slowly, gently blowing the young man's hair. The young man touched his chest, where the yellow paper talisman and cloud gem book were. Chen Pingon squatted at the side, skillfully chopping the green bamboo with a hatchet. He had promised to make 2 small boxes for Lin Shi and Li Huai. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who was squatting and unwilling to take off the emerald green box, suddenly said in surprise, "Young martial uncle, your hairpin is gone." It was still there before we got on the boat. Chen Pingan was stunned, and touched the bun on his head, a little confused. But during this period, the young man was used to all kinds of accidents. Although he was disappointed, he still smiled and said, "It's okay, I remember the 8 words. I will make one for myself and engrave the same words on it." Li Baoping nodded. Walking on the street of Red Candle Town, the old scholar smiled and whispered, "Good." Lin Shui looked at Chen Pingan's expression and eyes. He crossed his arms and snorted for no reason. "I won't believe it if others say this." Chen Pingan raised the bamboo in his hand and asked with a smile, "It's getting better and better. However, the last bamboo box is definitely the best. Then, I'll give this one to Li Huai first. I'll make it smaller then." Lin Shui glanced at Awesome, who was riding on the old donkey. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, make it for me first. At most, I'll be nagged by him." Chen Pingan smiled, "Then I'll try my best to make it sturdier for you. Use more rope. You're an immortal after all. If you can really fly around like Alliance, if it's not sturdy enough, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it for more than a few days." Lin Shui sighed. He felt that he wasn't stupid, but it was really difficult to keep up with this guy's thoughts. He thought of something that he couldn't figure out and asked curiously, "Why did you tell Li Baoping everything about Zhu He and Zhu Lu not long after Alliance left at the Pillow Inn?" Chen Pingan's expression turned serious and asked back, "Do you think I have a better relationship with Baoping or with that pair of father and daughter?" Lin Shui said angrily, "Nonsense." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "So I have to let Baoping know clearly what the people who came out of her house did. I have a rough idea of what kind of person Zhu Lu is. When Alliance deliberately set a trap for her, she wasn't just hesitating. She was hoping that her father, Zhu He, would stand up for her again. If we were in danger because of her messing around at Chiduan Mountain, but since everyone was safe and sound after the incident, I can think of it as her eagerness to save her father. If I put myself in her shoes, I might not have done better than her. So although I was angry, I would never complain to her face." However, in the corridor of the Pillow Inn, Zhu Lu's actions are really unforgivable. I think as long as she doesn't give too many benefits, Zhu Lu will betray everyone, let alone her daughter Baoping. Chen Pingan was a little sad. If she still has such a character, one day, her father will really be killed by her. I don't want a good person like Zhu He to die in the hands of his daughter after leaving Red Candle Town alive. Why doesn't she know how to cherish her father even though she has one? Lin Shui's expression was cold. "Do you think that every parent in the world is good?" Chen Pingan said firmly, "I don't care about others, but my parents are very good." Lin Shui's expression was a little ugly. However, Chen Pingan's words eased the teenager's expression a little. Zhu He is a good person, but he doesn't seem to know how to teach his children how to behave. For some things, if it's so obvious who's right and who's wrong, why don't he teach them? I can't figure it out. Lin Shui, you're a smart person. Do you know the reason? For example, it was raising its hooves and stomping heavily on the deck of the boat again and again. It was so scared that the child sitting on the ground did not dare to cry anymore. Chen Pingan suddenly put down the knife and bamboo in his hand and quickly walked over to carefully help the child up. He then reached out to press the white donkey twice. When the white donkey saw Chen Pingan's hand gesture, although it was still a little anxious, it still stopped and stood quietly on the spot. The child was wearing a satin shirt. He waved his hands randomly and tried his best to break free from Chen Pingan's support. When he saw the elders in his family walking down the stairs from the second floor of the boat, he quickly rushed over and immediately burst into tears. A sturdy man in black took 3 steps at a time and instantly came to the child's side. He squatted down and asked softly, "Young master, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" I'll stand up for you. Chen Pingon waved at Li Huai, who was trying to sneak away. The latter shrunk his neck, and when he met Chen Pingon's eyes, he dared not continue to be a coward. He walked to Chen Pingon's side, lowered his head, and said in a weak voice, "My little white donkey won't bite people for no reason." "I'm not lying to you, Chen Pingon." Chen Pingon nodded and said softly, "But no matter what, you have to apologize to them." Li Huai raised his head and said with an aggrieved expression, "Why should I? That child provoked my little white donkey, and he didn't hurt it. Why should I apologize? That ignorant child should apologize to me." Chen Pingon was about to explain something to Li Huai. Li Baoping ran back from afar and stood next to Chen Pingon. Lin Shi also stood up, but he stayed where he was as he needed to help Chen Pingon look after the basket. A dignified and angry shout came from the group, "How dare you, evil creature! How dare you hurt people!" It turned out to be a middle-aged man with an official's aura. His face was gloomy, and his eyes swept across the four people. "Where are your elders? Come out." Chen Pingon's face was calm, and he said softly, "Li Huai." Li Huai, who was half hiding behind Chen Pingon, said timidly, "I scared your child. It's my fault for not controlling my little white donkey well. I'm sorry." After apologizing to the strangers in one go, Li Huai choked with sobs. Alliance had once teased this little brat that he only knew how to be a tyrant at home, a master at home, and a grandson outside. He didn't wrong Li Huai. Chen Pingon gently rubbed Li Huai's head, and then looked at the middle-aged man. "Is there anything we can do?" The middle-aged man sneered, "What a big brat. What a big tone. Let your parents and elders come out and talk." A graceful woman with a distressed expression picked up the child and listened to the child's complaints. Her eyes became sharper, especially when she heard her child say that the donkey was bumping around and wanted to bite him whenever it saw him. It was very fierce, and if she hadn't run fast enough, one of her arms would have been bitten off by that beast. The woman was so angry that the corner of her mouth twitched. She said angrily, "You don't care. You've been sitting on the cold bench in the capital for so many years. Now that you're here, you're being bullied by a beast. You don't think it's embarrassing, but I'm a woman. I'm embarrassed for you." Chen Pingon took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged man with an uncertain expression. He said slowly, "Our elders didn't go with us. I can make all the decisions." The woman shifted her gaze and looked coldly at Chen Pingon. She sneered, "If you can't control a four-legged beast, how good can a two-legged one be? A bunch of bastards without parents." Li Baoping was so angry that her lips were trembling. Her face was red as she said, "My little white donkey is very obedient. If it did something wrong, we'll admit it. If it didn't do anything wrong, you're not allowed to slander it. If you have the ability, you can ask that child again. Ask clearly the cause of the incident, and then spout nonsense." Lin Shi's expression was malicious. He raised his arm and reached into his chest. Among the stack of yellow paper talismans, there was a great disparity between the ranks. With Lin Shi's body and mind that had just started cultivating, he could only control the three lowest talismans, the beads on the plate. Chen Pingon quickly looked at Lin Shi and gave him a subtle questioning look. The latter nodded and signaled with his eyes that the Yin spirit was not far away. He had already contacted it and the Yin spirit could appear at any time. After Chen Pingon retracted his gaze, he said to the man seriously, "I hope that madam can apologize to us." That scholarly middle-aged man seemed to feel that it was beneath him to compete with a group of children. He more or less knew his son's temper. When the anger from before subsided, he somewhat realized what was going on. After hearing the absurd words of the youth with straw sandals, he only felt that it was funny. He only thought that it was a common youth who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He said disapprovingly, "Since you have apologized, and you are in a situation where your elders aren't around, I won't make a fuss about it. However, to prevent that beast from hurting people, I think it's best to kill it. Otherwise, if it really hurts people, the consequences will be really difficult to deal with. It's not something that you children can bear." The woman sneered, "Respect. Don't you know the principle of death when the master is humiliated?" The man in black looked a little embarrassed. He quickly turned around and bowed to the woman. The child suddenly whispered in her ear and pointed at the young lady who was carrying the small bamboo chest. The woman nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, after killing that beast and throwing it into the river, remember to teach those 3 little fellows a little lesson and that will be enough. As for the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, I think she's quite pleasing to the eye. It's not bad for her to be my Yu's personal maid. It's also a blessing for her." Li Huai was extremely terrified. He grabbed Chen Pingan's sleeve with all his strength. "It doesn't matter if they beat me or scold me, but the little white donkey can't die. I'll apologize to them again. I can compensate them with the book. Didn't you tell me that the book was very valuable and not to lose it?" Chen Pingan reached out and pressed the child's head heavily, not letting Li Huai continue. "Apologize my ass. You're not wrong now." Li Huai was stunned on the spot. Chen Pingan pressed Li Baoping's head with his other hand and said softly, "I'll try. It's hard to say whether young martial uncle can help you vent your anger. We'll only know after we try." Lin Shuyi was about to speak when Chen Pingan gently shook his head at him. Finally, he looked at the seemingly reasonable middle-aged man and asked, "Is it because you can't reason with me and there's nothing to talk about?" The man was a little upset. He narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, "Do you know who you're talking to?" The man waved his sleeve and ordered the retainer in black beside him, "Kill the donkey." Chen Pingan took a deep breath. The young man's momentum changed completely. Alliance had once taught him a method to circulate qi for 18 stops. Chen Pingan had tried it many times. At most, he would be in unbearable pain after 7 stops. It should be known that Chen Pingan's tolerance for pain was far beyond his peers. The only time he made it to the 7th stop was when Chen Pingan almost rolled on the ground. Only in the first 6 stops could Chen Pingan, who only had the physique of the 2nd realm of martial arts, complete the 6-stop journey relatively smoothly. It was obvious that there was an extremely crucial divide between the 6th halt and the 7th halt. But for Chen Pingan, being able to compare notes with Zhu He, who was at the peak of the 5th realm, on Chidun Mountain, he still had the strength to fight. The two sides fought back and forth. Although Zhu He had said in advance that he would suppress his qi operation to the level of the 3rd realm, Zhu He had never really entered Jianghu, so he didn't quite understand the meaning behind it. Only the military swordsman from Martial Mountain in the small town could tell at a glance that the young man's extremely crude walking stance by the river was already filled with the intent of the fist. If you don't practice the truth, you'll be possessed for 3 years. If you practice the truth, you'll kill the god with 1 punch. Of course, Zhu He knew these 2 sentences. But because he had not reached the 6th realm and had not experienced the higher levels of martial arts, he didn't really understand the truth. Zhu He didn't even know that the limit he firmly believed in was the 9th realm. But above this, there was the legendary 10th realm. To reach the peak of the mountain, I am the peak. On the path of martial arts, after crossing the threshold by chance and talent, one would enjoy as much fortune as one could endure. It was the most fair. No matter how much the qi cultivators on the mountain looked down on the pure martial artists of the lower 9 classes, when their fists really landed on the heads of these immortals, it was really painful. The strong man in black strode forward and walked out from the side of the family head. He said casually, "I advise you to get out of the way." Chen Pingon didn't say anything and took a step forward. The sound of the ship's boards was dull. To outsiders, the momentum was ordinary. At most, it was the young man who had some brash strength. The Hans Han manual boxing technique had a total of 6 staggered steps. After Chen Pingon memorized the 18 stops, he tried to stop one step at a time. Once Chen Pingon started to compete with him, there was really no saving him. Just like when Chen Pingon decided to practice the boxing technique a million times just because of Miss Ning Yao's words. After that, he didn't slack off every day. As a martial artist of the third realm, although the strong man in black was surprised to see a poor young man who he met by chance walk a decent boxing stance, he still didn't take any precautions. Instead, he felt a little lucky. After all, if he only bullied a few children after killing the donkey, he didn't know where to put his face. There were many people on this ship who were the retainers of the family clans. After the 6-step boxing stance, Chen Pingon exerted force on the last step. The ship's boards creaked under his feet. His whole body was like an arrow, instantly arriving in front of the strong man in black. The stunned man could only take a deep breath in a hurry and protect his chest with his arms. A sharp pain came from his arm, as if he was hit by a hammer. His whole body was knocked back, and he could only stagger back. Just when he managed to stop himself from falling back and was about to let his almost paralyzed hands relax a little, a black shadow leaped up high like gangrene and hit the man's chest with his knee, which was slightly open in the middle. This time, the man was seriously injured, and he flew out with a bang. When the blood rushed to the man's throat, his mind was completely clear. His mind was even clearer than before when he had been careless. He was a true third realm martial artist. Thinking of the young man's unexpected ruthless attack, he was most likely an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he used this momentum to fall in the distance, he should be able to quickly get up and face the enemy. But the young man in the straw sandals was like a cool breeze. His speed did not decrease but instead increased. He had already arrived at the side of the man who had not fallen to the ground and punched down on the latter's head. Bang! The body of the strong man in black was hit straight to the ground. Because the momentum of the fall was too great, he even rebounded slightly on the ship's boards. After vomiting a large mouthful of blood, the third realm martial artist who had not made a single move or punch completely fainted. Fortunately, when he saw that the man had fainted, the young man's straw sandal that was about to step on his face suddenly stopped and retracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man did not have time to turn around. He could only maintain the posture of turning his head. His expression was that of a scholar who had fallen into a cesspool. The woman's face was white as snow. The child in her arms had his mouth wide open. The group of servants and maids had not recovered from their shock. Chen Pingon glanced at the man in black at his feet. After confirming that there was no possibility of a sneak attack, he looked at the man in the scholarly robe. Finally, his gaze rested on the woman. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Does reason make sense now?" The frightened woman suddenly screamed at the middle-aged man, "Ma Jingfu is a good-looking but useless good-for-nothing. You are a dignified Dolly official. Do you want to be a good-for-nothing as well? Hurry up and reveal your official identity." The man turned around and pointed at the young man in the straw sandals. He shouted, "How dare you! I am the Wanping County Magistrate at the end of this embroidery river. I am currently on my way to take up my post." Chen Pingon did not even look at the angry man. He stared fixedly at the woman. The woman said that he was born without a mother. She also said that she wanted to kidnap Li Baoping to be her family's maid. Chen Pingon remembered it very clearly. Chen Pingon wasn't someone who didn't hold grudges. When others hurt him unintentionally, Chen Pingon would endure it and let it go. However, when it came to enmity that had to be avenged, as long as he didn't get his revenge, he would remember it for 96 years of his life. Alliance had once asked him with a smile, "You ate the remaining 4 years?" The young man replied in a methodical manner, "Before I was 4 years old, I had parents. I was not sensible, so I did not count." Chen Pingan rushed forward again like a breeze. He kicked the woman and the child in her arms, causing them to stagger and fall. However, compared to the black-robed man, the shock was more than the pain. Chen Pingan coldly glanced at the child who was living in luxury. The middle-aged man cursed, "How dare you? You don't even let a woman and a child go. You bandit. You are crazy." Chen Pingan walked towards the man and said, "As long as you are a person, you must be reasonable when you reach the age of sensibility. I don't care whether you are old or young, male or female." The man stepped back step by step. He pointed at the young man and threatened in a trembling voice, "I will punish you with a felony and let you live in prison for the rest of your life." At this moment, someone on the second floor said in a low voice, "Young man, this is a bit too much. It's enough that you have taught the retainer a lesson. You should stop now. If you continue to be unforgiving and dare to violate the law with your little ability, although I am not an official, it is not difficult for me to stop you and help the county magistrate arrest you." Chen Pingan heard the voice and turned his head. An old man in a cyan robe was standing on the bow of the ship on the second floor. Beside him stood a man in a white robe with a sword. The man was resting with his eyes closed. Chen Pingan withdrew his gaze and said to the man who claimed to be the county magistrate, "Apologize to us." Seeing that someone was speaking up for justice, the man was emboldened and said angrily, "Don't even think about it. When we are in the jurisdiction of Wanping County, I will let you, a bandit, know the law of Dolly." Chen Pingan took a deep breath and said, "Apologize." The man in the Confucian robe was a little timid. He looked at the second floor and shouted, "I hope you will be brave enough to do what is right. I will be grateful." The old man was expressionless. He looked at Chen Pingan's back and said, "Young man, I advise you for the last time. Stop and stop." Chen Pingan signaled to Lin Shui at the bow of the ship not to act rashly for the time being. He turned around and asked, "Senior, what were you doing just now?" The old man smiled calmly and said, "Of course, I was watching with folded arms. Of course, if the county magistrate really dared to kidnap a woman, would definitely stop him." Chen Pingan asked again, "What about the donkey they killed? Would you stop them?" The old man laughed involuntarily and said, "I am not a living bodhisattva. Of course, I would not stop them. It was just a donkey." Chen Pingan continued to ask, "Then who is the unreasonable one?" The old man was stunned and hesitated for the first time. He said, "The reasonable one is probably on your side. But little guy, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." Chen Pingan finally said, "Asking them to apologize means I can do whatever I want. Senior, our reasons are still not the same." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Then this old man really wants to see whether or not your reasoning can surpass this old man's reasoning." Chen Pingan nodded with his arm hanging down. He shook his wrist quietly and pointed at the man in the white robe who had opened his eyes. "Rely on him, right?" Lin Shou understood and moved his lips slightly. The old man was already full of anger, but he still smiled as usual and nodded. "What? You don't agree?" The old man smiled and turned to look at the retainer swordsman beside him. "By Jing, that little guy seems to think that his fist is more reasonable than your Lingshu sword." The swordsman in the white robe twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered. At this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. Before the experts on the ship could figure out the significance of the words Ling Shu's sword, the swordsman in the white robe, who was like a sword immortal, was grabbed by the neck and flew out from the bow of the second floor. He drew a beautiful arc and finally crashed into the Xiuhua River, splashing a huge splash. After a long time, he did not emerge from the water. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. The man in the Confucian robe was scared out of his wits. He looked at the boy who had already climbed the stairs and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong." Chen Pingan came to the old man's side. There was only an old man on the bow of the second floor with a twitching face. After seeing the boy's figure, the old man swallowed his saliva. Chen Pingan asked softly, "Sir, you've lived for so long. Logically speaking, you should know much more than me. Has all your logic gone to the dogs?" The old man was about to speak when a big white fish jumped out of the Xiuhua River. It turned out that the swordsman in the white robe was thrown back to the second floor of the ship. The old man bent down and wanted to say something but stopped. The boy had gone downstairs and left. The man in the Confucian robe asked everyone in the family to stand obediently. When the boy in straw sandals passed by, everyone apologized. Chen Pingan said to the man, "That's enough. But I know that you can't wait to kill us all in your heart." The man in the Confucian robe's knees went soft and he wanted to kneel down to the boy. Chen Pingan ignored them. He returned to the bow and sat down. Li Baoping gave him a thumbs up. Lin Shui still leaned against the inner wall of the ship with a calm face. Li Huai was full of guilt and held the reins of the white donkey tightly, for fear of causing trouble to Chen Pingan again. Chen Pingan thought seriously and whispered, "I will practice boxing more diligently in the future. And Lin Shui, if possible, don't be lazy." Lin Shui nodded with a smile. "You don't have to remind me." Li Huai whispered, "I'm sorry, Chen Pingan." Chen Pingan raised his head and said with a smile, "You've already said what you should have said. If you're sorry because of the trouble you've caused, there's no need to apologize to me. As long as you're not wrong, don't apologize. It's the same with everyone. On our way to the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, just like today, we won't cause any trouble. But if trouble comes to us, don't be afraid of trouble. Can you do it, Li Huai?" Li Huai's eyes were filled with tears. He straightened his chest and said, "I can do it." Li Huai quickly smiled through his tears. "Chen Pingan, you're really good at fighting. Why don't I call you martial uncle in the future?" Chen Pingan glanced at him. Li Huai immediately changed his words. "We'll talk about it in the future." Chen Pingan suddenly added, "If, and I'm saying if, you really meet an opponent that you can't beat even if you fight with your life on the line, then quickly admit your mistakes and admit defeat. It's not embarrassing. Staying alive is more important than anything else." Li Baoping crossed his arms and leaned against the small bookcase. He said angrily, "Martial uncle, this can't be done." Lin Shui said, "I think it can be done." Li Huai chuckled. "I'll listen to my future martial uncle." At the bottom of the embroidery river, a yin spirit swam like a fish in the water and smiled. 120. After this incident, the snobbish owner of the big ship immediately ran over, saying that he had prepared a private room on the second floor for the distinguished guests. It was okay even if they brought the donkey into the room. It was his small ship that should be honored. There were also some rich guests who came because of the reputation. They carried knives instead of swords. Obviously, they were here to curry favor. Chen Pingan was not good at dealing with these people. Lin Shui helped him to reject them. After all, he was a young man who grew up in the construction supervision office. His speech and behavior were flawless. Even if he rejected them, they still left happily. The swordsman who was called White Whale by the old man was a slightly famous loose cultivator in the south of Dali. His sword was a real magic item called Lingshu. It was a divine weapon of the Taoist talisman branch. It was said that it was a wandering master who went down the mountain to cultivate his mind. After he passed away in the wilderness, it was accidentally obtained by the white-robed swordsman. With his good swordsmanship, he comprehended the true meaning of swordsmanship. Since then, he became famous. However, he did not like to be restrained, so he was not recruited by the Dali government and the border army. Instead, he liked to travel with his sword in Jianghu. It was not easy for this person to be remembered in the Jianghu of Dali, where dragons were everywhere and masters were everywhere. It was not easy to be recognized. In the end, he did not even have the chance to unsheath his sword. He was played in the palm of his hand from the beginning to the end. He was defeated in such a humiliating way. Maybe his sword heart would be covered in dust and his sword wool would be stained with dirt. In that case, the wealth of the young man with straw sandals and his group could be considered. Most of the people on the ship were scholars, merchants, and heroes of the Jianghu. Regardless of whether their temperament was good or bad, there weren't many fools. When Lin Shui saw that no one came over to exchange pleasantries, he rubbed his temples. The young man was a little upset. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to see the green book box in Chen Pinggan's hands little by little when he was resting, with Lin Shui's indifferent temperament, he would have been unable to hold back his anger. Chen Pinggan couldn't bear it and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make this book box to your satisfaction." Lin Shui sat cross-legged, his face full of exhaustion. For the first time, he opened his heart and said softly, "I really want to find a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters to cultivate alone. I just want to stay in the mountain for 60 years and let the world go on for 1,000 years. However, Alliance once said that this method of cultivating one's heart is called withered burial. It is feasible, but it is exclusive to chi refinement warriors who have reached a certain level. I have just started. If I were to do this now, I will definitely go crazy and fall into the unorthodox path without knowing it." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Then you really have to be careful." Li Huai squatted at the side with his chin in his hands and said happily, "Lin Shi, maybe Alliance is just scaring you. I think the Chiduan mountain is not bad. It is suitable for you to be an immortal. When you are bored, you can chat and banter with that Wei Pai, the lord of the land. You can sit on a big turtle or ride a black snake or a white python. It is so impressive. However, in this case, since you are not going to the Great Sui Kingdom with us, can you leave this book box to me? I can't carry it now. In a few years, when I am taller and stronger, I can change the small book box to a big book box. I will remember your kindness. In the future, when I return from the Great Sui Kingdom, I will return it to you." Lin Shi glanced at Li Huai from the corner of his eyes. He sneered and said, "Would rather stay in the Chiduan mountain to cultivate the method of longevity than leave the book box to you." Li Huai said, "Oh. Then you should continue to follow me to the Great Sui Kingdom." Lin Shi rubbed his glabella. He felt that only Alliance could deal with Li Huai. No, Li Baoping could do it. Chen Pinggan seemed to be able to do it too. Was he the only one who could do nothing to Li Huai? Lin Shi, who was in a bad mood, stared at Li Huai, making the latter's hair stand on end. He quickly expressed his loyalty and said, "What are you doing?" "Lin Shi, I actually want you to go to the Great Sui Kingdom with me. I am just a little covetous of your book box. I can't help it. It is bigger than mine. I don't deny that. But if you really want to get off the boat and go back to the Chiduan mountain, I will certainly not be happy. Think about it. Among the four of us, you are the most sanctimonious, but you are the most evil. In the future, If we meet a bad person who does not have the word evil engraved on his face, such as the kind who harbors evil intentions, you must be the only one who can see through it at a glance. Am I right, Qin Pingan, Li Baoping? Li Huai looked around, looking for help. Qin Pingan lowered his head to build the book box. He was so focused that he turned a deaf ear to him. Li Baoping was thinking about some strange questions. Her mind was wandering thousands of miles away, without any distractions. Lin Shui was a little heavy-hearted. Do you think our trip to the Great Sui Kingdom to study will be easy? In addition to the dangers of the mountains and rivers, there must be a lot of trouble that we can't even think of. Li Huai blinked. Lin Shui slowly said, Our Li dynasty was founded on martial arts, and our influence in Jianghu is not to be underestimated. There are very few scholars who are expelled. Before Mr. Cliff Academy was established, it had always been scolded as a barbarian land by the entire eastern Bottle continent. Li Huai nodded and said, I know that. Our Mr. Qi has never avoided talking about these things. It's not like he hasn't talked about the situation of Dolly. Lin Shui sighed and said, I remember when I was young, Supervisor Song once told me something. He said that in the early years of Dolly, a scholar, managed to get into Lakeview Academy with his own ability. As a result, he was humiliated from all sides. It wasn't just verbal abuse. According to Supervisor Song, 2 scholars from the Great Sui Kingdom and the Liu dynasty worked together to set up a series of traps. The scholar from Dolly had his state of mind shattered and became insane. Many years later, when he finally regained his sanity, he was stabbed in the back by love affairs. Then, he committed suicide by jumping into the lake. Because of this matter, our Great Li was enraged by the entire nation, which was why we started a war with the Liu dynasty. Before that, the Great Li had always tolerated the Liu dynasty, who used to be the Great Li's upper nation, for making things difficult for them. Now, of course, the situation has changed a lot. Now, there are more and more scholars in Dolly. The Qi trainers on the mountain have also started to go down the mountain to serve the Dolly imperial court. They are fighting bravely at the border. Then a new pattern has emerged. That is, the literati in the Li dynasty are very noble. When scholars become officials, they will think highly of themselves. For example, the man who claimed to be the Wanping County magistrate is most likely someone who was sent to other places from the capital and has a formal background in the imperial examination. So now I'm worried that after the man gets off the boat at the border crossing of Wanping County, he will choose to reveal his true intentions to us, whether because of his scholarly spirit or because he wants to be a new official. At this point, Lin Shui smiled and said, Fortunately, he is a civil official who used to be a scholar. But among us, there is also a mountain immortal who has never shown up. Maybe he can be deterred. After all, no matter how noble scholars are in Dolly, they can't be compared with Qi trainers. But I am afraid that the county magistrate is not smart enough. Or, even if he is from the capital, he has never really seen the power of Qi trainers. Then, we will have a series of troubles. Li Huai was very worried. He turned around and slapped the white donkey lying on its side behind him. He scolded angrily, Troublemaker, little white donkey. Do you think you are a virgin who throws a tantrum just because someone touched you? Li Baoping suddenly said, Now, that old man must be the distinguished guest of the Wanping County magistrate. They are complaining to each other. I believe that the higher the old man's status is and the better the swordsman's swordsmanship is, the more the Wanping County magistrate won't dare to do anything openly. My big brother said that a scholar can't rebel for 3 years. As for making trouble secretly, we are not afraid. As long as that guy doesn't dare to use the power of the imperial court, we can deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Shui, what are you afraid of? Don't be confused. Lin Shui thought carefully and nodded, saying, That should be the case. After Li Baoping finished speaking, she asked with a serious face, "Junior uncle, right?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "How would I know the tricks of these scholars and officials? Anyway, if you encounter any trouble, you can discuss it with Lin Shi." Last time, when the scholars' coachman entrusted the children, not only were they able to return to the town safely, but they also fooled the coachman who claimed to be a Dolly spy. In fact, Lin Shi was the one who started it. Li Baoping set the general direction and Lin Shi found out the details and filled in the gaps. It was flawless. His maturity far surpassed that of his peers. Chen Pingan suddenly stopped what he was doing. After thinking for a while, he put down the hatchet at his feet. When he was not calm, Chen Pingan would not do anything. He would rather let it go first. 8 Pap 121. After that, Xiuhua River's 200-mile-long waterway was smooth and steady. When Chen Pingan and the others got off the boat, Li Huai and Lin Shi both carried their backpacks. With Li Baoping, they became more and more worthy of the name, traveling. As a result, the straw sandals teenager looked more like a young servant of a rich family. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have imagined that the straw sandals teenager was a martial artist who could make the secretary of a county magistrate of Dolly powerless to fight back. When he got off the boat, he was carried down on a stretcher. Chen Pingan had carefully looked at the geomancy map before going down. He didn't plan to go through Wanping County. After going south, he would have to go through a mountain range, which would probably take more than half a month. Chen Pingan had asked the locals on the boat. There were mountain roads, but compared to the Qingshe Road of Chiduan Mountain, it was much more difficult to walk. It couldn't be used by horse carriages, and most of them were carried by donkeys. If they didn't take the mountain roads, they would have to pass through a county city. Lin Shi said that he hadn't figured out the method of pure yang talisman, so he couldn't let the yin spirit hide the innate yin qi. It probably couldn't enter the city openly. According to Alliance, the city god pavilion, Wenwu Temple, and a general's mansion in the county city would probably have innate rejection of the yin spirit. If there was a master in charge, it would be easy to cause problems. The group asked for directions as they moved forward. During this time, Chen Pingan also asked the villagers and women tentatively if there were any strange legends in the mountains and whether there would be mountain ghosts. When the local people saw that the 4 children were young and were carrying bookcases, they thought that they were scholars from rich families who had gone out to play. They laughed and told Chen Pingan about the mountains and rivers there. They didn't even have a name, and they had never heard of any strange things like that before. In the end, most of them didn't forget to recommend the Jiangshan Temple at the Xiuhua River to the 4 of them. They said that it was very effective to pray to the gods there, and that there might really be a river deity there. Every year, the county magistrate would bring people to the riverside to offer sacrifices. Firecrackers filled the sky, and it was very lively. Before the 4 of them entered the mountain, it was noon. Li Huai stood at the foot of the mountain and bowed 3 times. When he looked up and saw that Chen Pingan did not move, he asked curiously, "Chen Pingan, last time at Chiduan Mountain, you also bowed and said that you were bowing to the mountain god. Why are you slacking off this time?" Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "I used to go to the mountains with the old man, so I learned a little bit of the ability to observe the mountains and eat the soil." When the old man was in a good mood, he would talk about the direction of the mountains and where the mountain god would place his golden body. He was very particular about it. Generally speaking, whether a mountain has a mountain god seat, you can look carefully before entering the mountain, and you can see a little bit of the signs. In addition, the locals said that there was no such thing here, so we can roughly be sure that the mountain road we are going to take is not the territory of the mountain god. Lin Shi's mind moved slightly, and he said, "Senior Yin Shin said that there is a limited number of mountain gods in a dynasty. It is impossible for there to be gods everywhere. Otherwise, there will be a disaster and the fate of the place will be in a mess. In addition, the competition for mountains and rivers is similar to the competition for land and water at the foot of the mountain, which is disadvantageous to the dynasty. Therefore, generally speaking, if there is no clear record of the mountain god temple in the local county records, it is impossible for there to be a mountain god. Li Huai was a little disappointed. Alas, I still want to have a few more painted puppets. It turned out that he had profited from the disaster at Chituan Mountain and obtained a lifelike painted puppet for free. This made Li Huai look forward to it very much. He could not wait to get one every time he walked past a mountain. Then, when he walked to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, wouldn't his small book box be full? Otherwise, the bamboo box on his back would only contain a puppet and a book. It would be too bare. Lin Shui laughed angrily. What face do you have to say that Chen Pingan is a money grubber? Li Huai looked innocent. I didn't say that. I only said that Chen Pingan is a gentleman who obtains wealth in a proper way. Lin Shui snorted coldly. Bootlicker. Li Huai was furious. If I had not begged you, would you have a small book box? Lin Shui, can you have some conscience? Li Baoping said angrily, shut up. When there was no one around, Chen Pingan would practice the walking stance. Because he was carrying a big basket, he did not dare to make too much noise, so he restrained his strength and posture and tried to walk as slowly as possible. After all, when Allianz taught the 18 stops of qi circulation method at the pillow relay, he had said that slow was the essence of the 18 stops. Chen Pingan was now stuck between the 6th and 7th stops and could not cross this hurdle no matter what. It was just right for him to practice the walking stance of the mountain shaking fist manual. After walking for about 4 hours on the mountain road, Li Huai was already panting, and so was Li Baoping. Chen Pingan knew that this was the end of the so-called one breath, so he just picked a stream to rest next to. Lin Shui was indeed an immortal who had climbed the mountain with one foot. He was calm and composed, but his forehead was slightly sweaty, which was not as good as Chen Pingan's. After finding a place to sit down, Chen Pingan took out Li Baoping's saber from his big basket. It was a narrow saber that Allianz called the auspicious symbol. Although Allianz had said the word last, Chen Pingan was not blind. He was used to using kitchen knives and hatchets, and had even borrowed Miss Ning's skirt saber for a period of time. He knew that this saber must be very expensive, so as long as there was no one around, he would take out the small beheading dragon platform that appeared out of nowhere and carefully sharpen the blade. After unsheathing the saber, he first dipped it in water on the shiny black beheading dragon platform. Chen Pingan squatted by the stream and began to slowly sharpen the saber. His movements were slow and unhurried, as if he was treating the town's most precious and fragile porcelain. Chen Pingan liked to concentrate on one thing, especially if he could do it well. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version. The blind Taoist raised his eyebrows and said, even a mosquito's leg is meat. You are half the head of the family. Don't you know how many copper coins you have left in your pocket? Look at your senior brother's gluttonous stomach. How much money has he eaten? If it weren't for my pity, do you think you can live in this world for a few days? The sensible little girl hurriedly patted the old Taoist's shoulder and said gratefully with a sincere smile, so my brother and I have never complained that we work like cows and horses for you. But if you get angry in the future, can you teach me a lesson when my brother is not here? Then my brother won't be angry and you won't have to punish him with the sex rules. The old Taoist slowly got up and the little girl immediately stood aside with her hands behind her back. This group of people was Chen Pingan and the others who went south to Yefu Pass at the border of Dali. In fact, Chen Pingan had already seen the smiling old Taoist and the reserved little girl. After Chen Pingan and the others approached, the old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. He said in a slightly awkward Dali official language, "If I'm not wrong, you have encountered a bloody disaster on this trip. Don't think that you will have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. In my opinion, you will have a real disaster next. Only when you pass this hurdle can you have good fortune after." Chen Pingan's heart sank, but he didn't show it. Li Baoping looked at the little girl whose face was slightly pale. The latter smiled shyly and Li Baoping also smiled. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and the younger girl immediately liked each other. Li Huai almost blurted out, "Old Taoist, aren't you blind? Why are you looking at this and that?" However, Li Huai engraved the disturbance on the embroidery river in his heart. He immediately covered his mouth and was determined not to cause trouble. The blind Taoist seemed to have noticed Li Huai's thoughts and laughed. "You don't know that there are 10 great supernatural powers in Taoism. Among them, there is a saying that, open the heart's eye, clear heaven and earth, ghosts and ghosts retreat. I happen to have mastered this supernatural power. I don't dare to boast that I've mastered it, but I can be considered to have a small accomplishment. I don't look at people by their appearance." Lin Shi looked indifferent and said, "The Confucian saints have taught that strangers who meet by chance should not talk about strange things." The old Taoist was slightly surprised and soon sighed, "Forget it, Buddhism does not save people who are not destined to be saved. Taoism does not save people who are not destined to be saved. Go, I hope you'll be careful on the way. If there's really trouble, you can shout loudly. If I'm lucky enough to hear it, I'll definitely return to help. However, if the journey is far away, even if I want to, I'll be powerless." After saying these words, the blind Taoist turned sideways to let them pass. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "We'll be careful. Thank you for your reminder." The two sides brushed past each other. Li Baoping waved generously at the skinny little girl with a round face. The little girl timidly raised her small hand in front of her chest and gently shook it as a silent farewell. The old Taoist waited until Chen Pingan and the others disappeared on the mountain road and muttered, along the way, "If the Dali people were vulgar martial artists or ignorant people, my method has always worked. Why didn't it work today? Bad luck, everything is not going well. It seems that this demon subduing this time can't fail. The big demon in the mountains must have a strong family background. This time." The blind Taoist's eyelids trembled slightly and he stopped talking. He patted the head of the little girl who was looking at the mountain road reluctantly and said amiably, "Jo, as long as this succeeds, my thunder cultivation will be guaranteed. I won't have to worry about money anymore. Then, I'll treat you and your brother better in the future." The little girl raised her head and smiled, "As long as you don't hit the bell often in the future, it'll be fine." The blind Taoist did not comment. He suddenly raised his head and made a gesture with his fingers. Instead of being shocked, he looked happy. "The weather has changed. What a strong demon aura. It can actually cause the climate of the mountains and rivers to change. Good, we've finally lured the snake out of its hole. Little Jo, prepare to follow me to eliminate the demon and protect the Tao." The little girl nodded vigorously. Facing the demons and ghosts that frightened the people at the foot of the mountain, she was not afraid at all. The little girl took out a small silver knife that was less than an inch long. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to use the knife on her arm. She asked, "Master, do you want the talisman spring now?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "Although I still have some, to be careful, I'll give you some first. Let me prepare for emergencies so that I won't be caught off guard by the demon. If that happens, I'll harm you and your brother." The little girl took a deep breath and used the knife to cut a wound on her arm. Blood immediately gushed out. She quickly raised her arm and said, "Master, it's done." The blind Taoist skillfully stretched out a finger of his right hand and opened his left palm. He quickly used his finger to draw a talisman on his palm. Then, his fingers and palm interchanged, and a talisman was also drawn on his right palm. The little girl, whose face was getting paler, still asked seriously, "Master, is it enough?" The old Taoist laughed and said, "It's enough for now. Master, let's let the big demon that occupies this mountain taste the feeling of being struck by lightning." About a mile away from the master and disciple, Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and raised his hatchet to signal the three people behind him to pay attention. In the distance, they saw a young man holding a strange banner. His body was as strong as a wild mountain monkey. He jumped out from the depths of the dense forest with his back facing Chen Pingan and the others. The young man landed on the mountain road and shook the banner several times. Then, he wanted to follow the mountain road that was good for running and meet up with the old Taoist. However, when the young man turned around, he saw Chen Pingan and the others on the mountain road. The sweaty young man was a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and changed his mind. He continued to escape down the mountain and chose to take a detour. At the same time, the young man did not forget to make a gesture to Chen Pingan and the others to leave quickly. Li Huai was stunned. "What's going on?" "I can wait. After that, I will invite the three of you to my residence as guests. I will personally wash your faces, pull out your tendons, and drill your hearts." The red-clothed female ghost with the paper fan seemed to be most interested in the round-faced little girl. Her hoarse voice continued to sound. At the same time, she reached out her hand to cover the little girl's snow-white face. "For example, washing your face like this." The next moment, the round-faced little girl was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes. It turned out that after the red-clothed female ghost raised her hand to cover her face, she gently wiped it down. It was as if the entire face was peeled off and washed, revealing a horrifying bloody face. "You are indeed blind, old blind. You can observe with your heart and eyes, right? I will take you back to the mansion and let you, a wicked old Taoist, know what is the pain of having your heart pierced." The old Taoist tried to ease the atmosphere and sighed. "Why do you have to be so aggressive, madam? It is not like there is no room for negotiation." The female ghost began to move forward slowly, step by step in the mud of the path. She held the umbrella in one hand and lifted her dress with the other, revealing a pair of wet and dirty embroidered shoes. She smiled and said, "You are not good at Taoism, yet you dare to have evil intentions. It is good that you are dead. It is good that you are dead. Otherwise, you will delay Longjuan's study in his achievement in the imperial examinations." At the end of her speech, the female ghost murmured softly with a gentle look in her eyes. Those words that seemed to be whispering were completely covered up by the storm. The blind Taoist sneered and said, "Madam, do you really want to perish together with me?" The old Taoist saw that they were in a situation where they would fight to the death. After decades of traveling, he had visited half of the Aquarius continent. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble. He said softly, "Little cripple, as long as we can work together to defeat the enemy this time, I promise you that Xiao Zhou will not have to hand in the talisman spring for a year." The crippled youth nodded and reached out to hold the spirit-summoning banner with the words, "Subdue demons and ghosts, eliminate evil and defend Taoism." He said in a low voice, "It is done." The blind old man stomped heavily on the ground. He put two fingers together and made a Taoist sword gesture. He quickly recited a series of sword gestures and finally finished with the words, "Urgent as the law command." All of a sudden, the originally rolled-up surface of the spirit-summoning banner stuck in the ground fluttered in the wind. The 8 words on it turned pale white, like 8 soldiers in silver armor on the battlefield who began to listen to military orders. They began to run on the banner and arrange the soldiers into formations. Then the 4 words, "Subdue demons and ghosts," moved along the banner, the wooden pole, the crippled youth's arms and shoulders. They moved rapidly and finally ran into the youth's ears and nose. The youth's eyes turned pure white. Every time he breathed, black smoke would curl around his 7 orifices. The crippled youth clenched his fists and roared to the sky. His whole body was covered in black smoke. The raindrops the size of soybeans evaporated into water vapor 3 feet above his head. Compared to the female ghost who had restrained her yin chi, the crippled youth was more like an otherworldly ghost who chose people to devour. The ghost in the bridal dress had been sizing up the round-faced girl. When the boy began to run towards her, she looked at the blind old Taoist who looked relieved. She said indifferently, "I'm so disappointed. You can't even be counted as a heterodox sect. You're just an unorthodox sect. A thief crying, 'Stop thief.' You don't deserve to die. You deserve to suffer a fate worse than death." The crippled youth reached the ghost in the blink of an eye. He jumped high and swept his leg toward the latter's head. The ghost in the bridal dress did not evade or block. She held her dress with 2 fingers and moved forward in a straight line. There was a bang. The ghost's head was uprooted and flew down the mountain. The headless woman continued to move forward. After landing, the youth swept his leg again, but this time, it was aimed at the headless woman's waist. The hand that held the umbrella only used the back of her hand to lightly block the youth's powerful kick. The youth's kick did not move the back of the ghost's hand at all. With the help of the rebound force, the youth twisted his body in the air and pushed his palm toward the ghost in the bridal dress's heart. He said in a low voice, "Demon subduing." The silver characters appeared on the back of the youth's hand. Then, with each stroke, they broke up and gathered into a murderous silver short sword. It was covered in a green and white light. It flew out of his hand and aimed at the ghost's heart. The ghost pinched the sharp flying sword that was about to pierce through the red bridal dress with 2 fingers. The flying sword, which was less than a foot long, was shaking and buzzing. The ghost's voice sounded leisurely. "I don't care about the head, but the dress can't be damaged. If it's dirty, it can be cleaned. But if it's damaged, it won't be beautiful anymore. Otherwise, why would Lang Jun laugh at my needlework?" After the crippled youth's palm attack, his fist hooked upward almost at the same time. However, he did not yell out the words, "Ghost subduing." A flying sword made of runes on the banner flew out of his fist. Apparently, the youth was not really an idiot. It was a perfect match to kill the enemy. There was a loud roar. "Bitch ghost, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Even if I lose my head, I'll still strike you with lightning." A bolt of white lightning struck down from the sky about 30 meters above the ground. The ghost still held the umbrella in one hand. With the other hand, she pinched the first demon-subduing, flying sword with her index finger and thumb. Then, she raised her arm slightly and caught the second demon-subduing, flying sword with her ring finger and little finger. Then, she elbowed the youth's forehead lightly. The latter flew backward and fell on the muddy path. He slid back about 3 meters. The ghost raised the hand holding the umbrella and opened it gently with a snap. The white lightning struck the top of the umbrella and exploded brilliantly. The ghost standing under the umbrella increased the strength of her 4 fingers. The 2 flying swords were broken in the middle. They fell to the ground and turned into 2 puddles of silver liquid. Soon, they mixed with the mud. With a wave of her hand, the head flew back and landed on the neck again. Flesh and blood grew, and the head soon returned to normal. The ghost in the bridal dress raised her free arm and picked 1 or 2 strands of grass on her head. Again. The blind old Taoist's heart trembled. He knew he couldn't do it again. He was ready to die and let go of all his strength. After taking a deep breath, his face became dignified and covered with a pale yellow color. The old Taoist's foot left the ground. He clenched a fist on his abdomen and hammered it heavily. His other hand was facing the sky. His sleeve slipped down, revealing a red talisman on his arm. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Shu for clouds and rain, he for thunder. The clouds are full of jewels, immortals show the way." The female ghost held the oil paper umbrella and the corners of her mouth twitched. But the heavenly axiom has never liked us otherworldly items. If we want to openly occupy a territory, it's no different from a secular dynasty's vassal towns. It's easier said than done. Li Huai muttered to himself timidly, this Senior Yin's spirit must have been a scholar when he was alive. Yin Shen's tone was solemn as he pointed at the mountain path beneath everyone's feet. "I have a piece of bad news. The female ghost who is leading the evil group here is no less than a mountain god. She might even be Granny He at the same time. She has been acting strangely from the start. Furthermore, the path beneath your feet has been cast by the female ghost since the beginning. You are now walking on the Yellow Springs road that she had secretly paved. I'm an otherworldly item, so I can enter and exit freely. But if I try to force you out of this road, I might hurt your bodies and souls." Lin Shui said indifferently, "Senior Yin's spirit, since you can't win against her and we can't leave, what should we do?" The Yin spirit said in a low voice, "Let's wait for her to appear. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." He felt a little guilty. He regretted going against the flow of the Great Spirit. Although it would be beneficial to his cultivation in the future, and it could even be said that the benefits were immeasurable, the problem was that his cultivation had been reduced to only 70 to 80%. He had also fallen into the trap of the female ghost. Her target from the beginning was most likely Qin Pingan and his group, and not the blind Taoist master and his 2 disciples. Those white lanterns that were a few miles long on the mountain path were just a diversion to lure him to find out what was going on. The Yin spirit had mixed feelings. The blind Taoist master's cultivation was not high, but his nonsense mouth was really vicious. The Yin spirit said, "All of you, stand behind me." Soon, the Yin spirit stood at the front of the path. Chen Pingan and Lin Shui stood at the back, one on the left and one on the right. Chen Pingan had already replaced his hatchet with the auspicious symbol. Lin Shui's hands were hanging down, and there was a talisman in each of his sleeves. Li Baoping and Li Huai stood further behind. The white donkey at the back was a little irritable and restless. It stomped heavily on the ground, splashing mud. A female ghost in wedding dress holding an oil paper umbrella slowly walked over from the distance. She was holding the leg of the blind Taoist master. She finally stopped when she was several feet away from Qin Pingan and his group. On the mountain path, lanterns were lit. Even behind Qin Pingan was no exception. Red lights shone on everyone's faces. The female ghost casually threw the blind Taoist master between the 2 parties. With a very surprised expression, she stretched out her finger and pointed. She said, "There are so many distinguished guests. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 scholars. Which one is the Confucian gentleman? My Lang Jun once vowed to be a virtuous gentleman in this life so that he could balance the scales for the people. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would achieve my Lang Jun's long-cherished wish." Chen Pingan wanted to take a step forward, but Yin Shen shook his head and said in a low voice, "Don't rush." The female ghost tilted her head and looked left and right, sizing up the 3 little guys who were carrying small bookcases on their backs. Lang Jun used to say that only well-behaved scholars could be called scholars. So, whenever I miss Lang Jun who has not returned from his travels, I will ask people to invite some scholars who pass by here to visit my house. I will give them beautiful young maids, unique ancient books, and thousand-year-old guqin. I like to hear their moving words of eternal love. In the world, only scholars with a full stomach can say those words of love so tenderly. The female ghost in wedding dress finally focused on Yin Shin. She smiled and said, "Senior Yin Shin, you are really unlucky. If this happened a few years later, I wouldn't dare to show up in person this time." She talked to herself and lowered her head slightly. She covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. It is indeed not good for a woman to show her face in public. But even under the illumination of the light, that face was still deathly pale and colorless. It was too creepy. Li Huai only poked his head out to take a look. He was so scared that his legs trembled. She smiled and asked, "I haven't talked to anyone for too long. I can't help myself. You don't mind, do you?" She remembered something and gently closed the umbrella. Almost at the same time, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. There was not a single drop of rain in the air. Lin Shi smiled and asked, "Madam, what happened to those scholars who were invited to your house?" She continued to walk forward, her smile gone. "Them. In the end, I cut those scholars who violated the oath in half. After I helped stop the bleeding, I planted them in my garden. Because I want to know if the seed of learning that you mentioned will blossom in the soil. Will it bear fruit one day?" But I was very disappointed. They only turned into skeletons. But maybe it's because those scholars can't be considered scholars, so your appearance makes me overjoyed. Lin Shi's face was livid. Li Baoping was so angry that her whole body trembled. Li Huai simply covered his ears with both hands. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I used to like scholars the most, but I hate unfaithful men the most." The ghost in the wedding dress slowly raised her head. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes. The most infatuated love in the world had never been let down. The white paper lanterns hanging on both sides of the mountain road all slid down from the top. Blood finally covered the candles. In the end, I realized that there is no scholar in the world who is not a heartless man. The ghost's face was covered in blood. She threw away the umbrella that she and her husband used as a token of love. She covered her face with both hands. She tried hard to suppress the sobbing between her fingers. "Husband, I don't blame you. Please come back." After it was suspended in the air, it began to wobble, like a drunkard trying to find his way. The talisman came to the side of the road near the mountain wall and stopped. Li Huai asked, "Are we going to crash into it?" Lin Shi took the lead and stepped forward. His figure suddenly disappeared. Li Baoping and Li Huai walked in one after another. Chen Pingan carried the old Taoist on his back and led the donkey, disappearing on the mountain road. The yellow paper talisman originally wanted to follow in, but it seemed to be quietly pulled by someone. Its aura faded and it fell to the ground. A group of people appeared in the depths of a dense forest. They looked at each other. Even Lin Shi, who used the obstacle-breaking talisman, was at a loss. Chen Pingan first asked Lin Shi to help carry the old Taoist. He began to climb the tree. At the highest point, they seemed to be in a valley surrounded by mountains on three sides. Even with Chen Pingan's eyesight, he could not see clearly. He only had a vague outline. Before leaving the mountain road, far away from the mountain road, the Yin spirit and the bridal dress ghost were fighting fiercely. The sound of lanterns bursting was endless. After leaving the mountain road with the help of the obstacle-breaking talisman, everything was silent. There was no sound. The huge difference did not make Li Huai feel at ease. Instead, it made him even more frightened. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. He held the auspicious symbol saber in his hand. No matter what, go south. Only there is no mountain blocking us. In a valley with towering ancient trees, there were rows upon rows of tall buildings. The mansion was splendid. Its standard was even better than that of a general or a minister in the mortal world. Perhaps only the county king's mansion could compare. This mansion had a golden plaque with the words Xiao Shui Gao Feng hanging high. The strokes were vigorous, as if written by an immortal. On both sides of the gate stood a pair of huge stone lions. They were as tall as 2 people. One of the lions stretched out its claws and pressed down on a life-size stone sculpture of a child. An old man in a green robe walked out with a big red lantern. The air rippled and the old man walked out. It was the doctor of the Dali Bureau of Rights. The old man sighed and frowned. Apparently, he felt that this visit would be very troublesome. He inserted the lantern under the feet of a stone lion. Almost in an instant, the originally gloomy and deserted mansion lit up. Thousands of lanterns in the mansion were lit up at the same time. Countless doors were pushed open, and out walked delicate and pretty women, old stewards, coachmen, cooks, maids, and guards. There were no less than 100 people, and they seemed to have received the orders of the master of the house at the same time, and they were about to start working. However, almost all of them looked pale and their eyes were dull. In a garden, a crippled boy and a round-faced girl were leaning against the wall. The crippled boy was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was seriously injured. Even if he was allowed to leave, he would not be able to walk more than a few steps. Earlier, in order to deal with the female ghost in the bridal dress with amazing Taoism, the boy pulled the banner into the aperture acupoint on his face. It was an insidious method that damaged the divine will and soul. The girl had cut her skin several times and lost a lot of blood. Even now, she was more or less contaminated by the female ghost's yin qi. She was still dizzy and nauseous. When the lantern was lit, the crippled boy looked worse and worse. He quickly covered the girl's eyes with his hands. In the boy's sight, there were decaying skeletons. Only half of the body was exposed on the ground. They were densely packed like vegetables planted in a vegetable garden. There were no less than 40 or 50 of them. The crippled boy was in despair. Because one of the skeletons, with the spine as the center, was actually pale gold. The bones of the limbs were as white as jade, showing the appearance of a cultivator of the middle 5 realms with golden branches and jade leaves. Moreover, according to the blind old Taoist, only great Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms with very high levels could have such a scene. For a wild Qi refinement warrior like the old Taoist who barely touched the threshold of the middle 5 realms, he did not even have golden branches, let alone jade leaves. No wonder he lost so badly. The difference in strength was too great. At the entrance of the mansion, the middle door was wide open. One of the 3 most powerful doctors in Dali was welcomed with a grand ceremony. The old man did not cross the threshold. Instead, he sat on the threshold and looked at the wide street outside the mansion. He said softly, "Madam Chu, can you listen to my advice and not make things difficult for those boys and girls?" The big red lantern placed at the foot of the stone lion outside the door shook violently. Someone had written the words "Soul comes and goes" in red ink on the lantern. As the lantern swayed, it rippled with traces of bright red light. The old man emphasized and reminded, "Madam Chu. Once something happens to those children in your territory, not to mention this mansion of yours, even our greatly will suffer together with them." Unfortunately, there was no news. The old man was a little angry. "Madam Chu." An old man who looked like a steward stood inside the door. He wore a felt hat and had his hands behind his back. He bent over and coughed. He laughed softly and said, "Dolly has divided these mountains and rivers into my young lady's territory for countless years. My young lady and your Dolly have always lived in harmony. Even before this old man became a steward, I heard that my young lady had once been indebted to an ancestor of your Dolly. Even now, our mansion still has the golden certificate of eternal harmony with mountains and rivers. After that unfortunate incident, your late emperor and the current emperor all tacitly agreed to my young lady's venting of anger. Why can't she do it today?" The old man in green stood up and turned to look at the old man in the felt hat. He said slowly, "Not only today, but also in the future. I will tell Madame Chu the reason in person. However, if Madame Chu is unwilling to stop and is unwilling to see me, then don't blame my Dolly for not remembering our old friendship." The old steward patted his chest and stopped coughing. He said with a smile, "Dolly's mountains are in turmoil now. Unless that Master Wan personally takes action, my young lady really isn't afraid of anyone." Other than that, there's nothing else worth paying attention to. Now that you have the identity of a Dolly Mountain spirit, at least you don't have to worry about being casually killed by passing cultivators. The black snake nodded its head heavily. After swallowing the bag of snake gallstones from the pearl grotto, its body size decreased instead of increasing. However, its 4 dragon-claw-like claws became thicker, and its body was covered in shiny, pitch-black scales. An imperceptible thin golden line appeared on its abdomen. There was no one on this trip to Longquan for the time being, so even with the black snake, they still didn't need to hide during the day and come out at night. After entering Tiefu River and receiving the young swordsman's nod of approval, the black snake carefully slid into the river. Although it was extremely happy, it still tried its best to suppress its instincts and didn't dare to wantonly shake its body and splash the river water. The 3 of them stood on the black snake's body. Like travelers on a boat, they easily went north along Tiefu River. Wei Pai frowned and gently flicked his sleeve. He scooped up a handful of water in his palm and shook it as if he was weighing its weight. He said in surprise, "From a river to a river, I know, but," the young swordsman explained, "after the river god successfully merged into Tiefu River, she had a fortuitous encounter and alarmed one of the Mr. Ching Wu. He hurriedly reported it to the imperial court. His Majesty the Emperor was overjoyed and promoted her by another level on top of the previous 2. Wei Pai gently shook his palm, and the water of Tiefu River slowly rotated in his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "Doesn't this newly promoted lucky one have already reached the peak of the human world? Interesting, really interesting." In just a few days, she completed the journey that her colleagues took hundreds or even thousands of years to complete. This kind of talent and opportunity is simply fate. The most important thing is that this river god's ascension doesn't seem to occupy the fate of other rivers. I have to say, Dolly is really lucky. The young swordsman showed a solemn expression for the first time. Wei Pai, are you sure that her ascension didn't steal the fate of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers? Instead, it all came from the small Tiefu River in the past. Wei Pai smiled but didn't say anything. In the past, the North Mountain god of the Holy Water Country had a unique vision. Naturally, he was not comparable to Qintianjian Mr. Qin Wu, who was an outsider among insiders. Due to the previous battle in Dolly Imperial Court, the country's fate was unstable. 3 of the 5 mountain gods were greatly injured, so they could only hand this matter to Mr. Qin Wu for the time being. The young swordsman said in a deep voice, "Wei Pai, I believe that you will be rewarded by the Imperial Court for this matter alone." Wei Bian raised his head. A cool breeze brushed past his face, making the young man, who already looked like a banished immortal, look even more ethereal. His eyes were gentle as he smiled and said, can you exchange it for a small opportunity? For example, let a new disciple of Changchun Palace who already has the aptitude of the middle 5 states walk more smoothly on the longevity bridge in the next 100 years? The young swordsman smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that?" Wei Pai murmured, "I owe the Lu family of the holy water country." Lu Yu said impatiently, "It's been so many years. Even the gods of the mountains and rivers who live as long as the country are not as sentimental as you. It's already a great fortune that the statues didn't collapse after the change of dynasty. If you can choose a good master to rely on and continue to enjoy the worship of incense, it's a good thing that you can only dream of. Even if you are indebted to the Lu family of the holy water country, it's been hundreds of years. Those who deserve to die have all died. Why are you, Wei Pai, being so pretentious?" Wei Pai turned a deaf ear to him. All he could hear was the sound of the river. Lu Yu, who had a strong temperament, said angrily, "A stinky stone in the latrine. I can't believe I owe you a favor. I, Lu Yu, am so unlucky." The young swordsman laughed heartily and said, "Ill fate is also fate. You too, just accept it." Lu Yu smiled casually and asked, "I wonder if Old Lantern will have a conflict with Madame Chu on the way to the south. If they fight, I think Old Lantern will have to bear the consequences." The young swordsman shook his head and said, "I hope there won't be any trouble. Madame Chu means a lot to Dolly. Moreover, Madame Chu has a strong temperament. If you weren't seriously injured and she didn't need to rush back to the Eternal Spring Palace to pick up that Empress, I wouldn't have let Dr. Han escort us to the south. Dr. Han is outwardly but inwardly. His temper is worse than yours." Lu Yu laughed and said, "It's fine, there's no handsome scholar in the group. Madame Chu won't like him. Old Lantern, if you were 30 or 40 years younger, you might have been left in that mansion to be the commander-in-chief, right?" The swordsman teased, "If you have the ability, say that in front of Madame Chu." Lu Yu laughed and said, "If she dares to walk out of that mountain, I dare to say that." The young swordsman sighed and said, "The reason why saints are called saints is because they have their own little world. If they sit in it, they can take advantage of the time, place, and people." Lu Yu said regretfully, "It's a pity that you're a sword cultivator. There's no such thing for sword cultivators. Otherwise, if you have a saint's little world with both offense and defense, then you..." The young swordsman raised his eyebrows and laughed, "I already have one sword. Isn't that enough?" It was only at this moment that the young swordsman, who had a mediocre aura, gave off a dazzling feeling. Lu Yu smiled embarrassedly. Wei Pai suddenly stood up and looked over. He saw a willow tree sticking out of the water by the shore. A lady wearing a green robe and face armor was sitting on the branch of the willow tree. She had a head of rare golden hair that spread out on the surface of the Tiefu River and swayed slightly with the water. For some reason, Wei Pai thought of a popular poem for no reason. Yang Hua floats on the water like duckweed. When the young swordsman saw the lady, he explained softly, "She's the Tiefu River's main god. She just formed her golden body not long ago, and the imperial court hasn't built a temple yet. Therefore, there are still some signs of her spirit being unstable." Wei Pai didn't even turn his head and asked, "What's her name?" Lu Yu snorted and said, "This little girl's name is very good. Yang Hua as in the water Yang Hua." "126, the sword broke through the sky and landed on the street in front of the mansion. The rainbow light of the sword chi, which was like a comet, did not disperse for a long time. It was like a ray of dazzling sunlight shining through the window into the lifeless house. The white donkey ran in circles as if it had met an old friend in a foreign land. The ghost in the wedding dress was obviously shocked. As the owner of this place, she felt the power of the sword more clearly than anyone else. The mountain was shaking and the water vapor was boiling. If she had not used her chi to cover the mansion behind her, half of the thousands of lanterns in the mansion would have been extinguished. The ghost was shocked and angry. She did not look at the place where the flying sword landed, but at the gap in the gloomy sky that could not be repaired. At the same time, drops of blood seeped out from the surface of the bright red wedding dress. They rolled on the lotus leaves like water droplets. Eventually, there were more and more of them. The ghost shook her sleeves and roared angrily, "Trespassers will die. How dare you, sword fairy, I will take your head and plant it in the garden. I will let you live for 10 or even 100 years. Laughter came from afar. Eventually, the voice condensed on the flying sword on the ground. The voice was not only warm but also had a unique charm. It was like the romantic scene described by the children of aristocratic families. It gave people the feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. However, in his words, he did not hide his soaring heroism. "Miss, please wait for a moment. My body has not completely stabilized. I can't compare with the speed of the flying sword. But I wonder how the scenery of your garden is. The place is not big, and the scenery is not good. It is enough to plant a head." The ghost in the wedding dress's pale face turned a gloomy purple. Her smile was ferocious. From the sleeves of her wedding dress, 2 scarlet streams gushed toward the gap in the sky. Someone shouted loudly, "Sword chi, retreat." The thick sky shook violently. The 2 streams of blood that flowed backward and gathered at the gap suddenly exploded in all directions on the dome of the small world. It was like a rain of blood. The ghost's body trembled. She shook her sleeves gently and countless raindrops returned to her sleeves. A young man in a white robe descended from the sky. He was surrounded by a layer of white mist, like the mist of a big lake or the wind of a mountain peak. The man's hair was tied up without a hairpin or crown. His hands were together like swords. There was a strong sword chi that was as thick as a young man's arm. It was bright and dazzling, like a white flood dragon circling around him. The moment the yin chi and the scarlet blood met the sword chi, it dissipated instantly. Looking at the handsome man who was less than 30 years old, who landed between Chen Pinggan's group and the ghost in the wedding dress, the flying sword on the ground whooshed to the side of the man and pointed at the plaque on the door, "Xiao Shui Gao Feng." The man withdrew his 2 fingers. The condensed and abundant sword chi paused for a moment. The man turned his head and saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket with a small bookcase on her back. The man suddenly remembered that there was an old object that he had depended on for many years that no longer belonged to him. Then he smiled and waved his hand. Li Baoping's green bamboo bookcase shook slightly. The silver gourd hidden inside shook slightly. A snow-white flying sword less than 2 inches long flew out of the sword-nourishing gourd. The sword chi reluctantly went into the flying sword, and the flying sword rushed to the middle of the man's eyebrows and disappeared in a flash. The sword fairy man rubbed the middle of his eyebrows and joked, "Let's go everywhere together. You are not a girl waiting to be married." If the yin spirit really breaks the mountain's roots and heads north, not only will the 3 rivers of the Xiuhua River be affected, but also the Qidun Mountain, the Tiefu River, and the Dragon Whisker River in the north. Which side will be spared and not be affected? An old man holding a big red lantern stood in the sky outside the canopy and sneered, "Where did Madame Chu's previous imposing manner go?" The ghost's expression darkened. Beside the old man stood a general in armor with a green snake coiled around his arm. He came out to mediate the situation, lest the Doctor of Rights and Madame Chu fall out and ruin Dolly's luck. He said in a deep voice, "Madame Chu, Dr. Han and I can persuade the yin spirit to stop breaking the mountain's roots, but we also hope that Madame Chu will not do anything extreme in the future. The bridal gown ghost smiled sweetly and said, "If I wish to spar with this sword immortal, would that be considered extreme?" Dr. Han was so angry that he laughed. "What a bodhisattva, Madam Chu. I have learned my lesson today." "Good, good, good. The Ministry of Rights of Dolly will repay you in the future." The ghost sneered and said, "You are just a little doctor, spouting nonsense. Are you trying to scare a child? Wait until you become the Minister of Rights of Dolly, then you have the right to order me around." The green snake on the arm of the Jiangshan quickly spat out a white fog. He was obviously more familiar with Dolly's officialdom and its future trends than the ghost in the wedding dress who was isolated from the world. He said with a displeased expression, "Madam Chu." The ghost in the wedding dress covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. She lifted her dress with one hand and curtsied sideways. "I will apologize to Sir Han." The old man with the lantern was so angry that his lips turned blue. However, he still did not say a word. Everything was for the stability of Dolly's situation. If not, with Madame Chu's brutal behavior of wantonly killing passing scholars, how could the Ministry of Rights of Dolly choose to turn a blind eye for decades? But then again, the old man did not think that the Dolly Imperial Court did anything wrong. The hegemony of the mountains and rivers lasted for thousands of years. What was the death of a few people? Innocent or unfortunate, what was the point? If he was not a Dolly official, not the Minister of Rights who was responsible for contacting and recruiting chi cultivators, according to his temperament, as a Confucian student, he would definitely resolutely take action, even if it meant that both sides would suffer losses. However, the old man had walked step by step to reach his position today. He had seen tens of thousands of casualties on the battlefield. He had seen the names of the noble mansions in Dolly's capital changed. He had seen the assassination of the death soldiers of other countries like moths to a flame. He had seen the tragic situation of hundreds and thousands of people at the foot of the mountain when two immortals fought on the mountain. In his position, he planned for his government. He, Han, was no longer the poor scholar who studied the books of the sages and only knew the principles in the books. He even personally killed the chivalrous warrior who was righteous when he saw injustice and only sought revenge on the immortals on the mountain for the sake of the innocent people in Dolly's law. Before the man died, he cursed loudly, saying that Dolly was ridiculous and that he was the lackey of the immortals on the mountain. He calmly told the man that perhaps in 30 years, or even 50 years, there would definitely be a day when there would no longer be such a tragic death in the Great Li. That chivalrous martial artist spat blood on his face before he died. How could there be such a simple thing in the world? The old man with the lantern in his hand looked to the north with complicated thoughts. "127. Wei Jin smiled and asked, "Are you that person from the Mo family?" The young swordsman's expression was not good. He thought, "Senior Alliance, can't you say one more name?" He said to Wei Jin, "Wait a moment. 8, read, book. 2 infinity 30 is not equal to." The young swordsman turned to the female ghost attached to the plaque and frowned, "Madam Chu, now that things have come to this, can you show some sincerity?" The female ghost whose soul was hidden in the plaque nodded. Then the sky gradually disappeared. This was a sign that the boundary between the mountains and rivers was dissipating. It was similar to the common people opening the door to welcome guests. No matter how ignorant and inexperienced she was, she had also heard of the various legendary deeds of this person. He was born in the school of Mo's ranger lineage, and after joining the Great Li Song clan, he was immediately treated as an honored guest by the Great Li's emperor. Now, he was one of the gatekeepers of the Great Li's capital city, and one of the key figures in the Great Li's power to intimidate the forces on the mountain. It was said that when he had free time, he would travel alone. Every time he saw a mountain or river, he would turn it into his sword will. As a result, the Ministry of Rights doctor and the embroidery river god appeared on the street and bowed to the young swordsman. The latter only nodded in acknowledgement. It was clear that this person had a high status in Dali. The Yin spirit also stood beside Chen Pingan with a murderous aura. Just now, he had almost sacrificed his cultivation to break the mountain's root. He wanted to fight to the death with the ghost in the wedding dress. Once the mountain's root was broken, it meant that the ghost's amulet was no more. She would completely lose the confidence to fight against the cultivators of the 10th realm. A suet jade-like arm stretched out from the horizontal inscribed board. The wedding dress on the ground floated towards the horizontal inscribed board. When the female ghost came out from the horizontal inscribed board, she put on the wedding dress again. Previously, her body was cut into 4 by the immortal deity stage Wei Jin. Even though she was in a life-threatening situation, she did not forget to keep the wedding dress intact. It was enough to show how much she cherished the wedding dress and how obsessed she was with it. After the female ghost landed on the ground, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the bookcases on the backs of the children. Her eyes instantly changed and a vicious aura erupted from her body. Although she tried her best to suppress it, the strangeness of the female ghost was clearly displayed. The young swordsman sighed and looked at the young man with straw sandals whom he had met once on the ferry of the embroidery river. He pleaded sincerely, "Can you please put away the 3 boxes first?" Mrs. Chu's resentment toward scholars was the crux of her abandonment of the god of mountains and rivers. The reason for this is really difficult to explain in a few words. Chen Pingan, I only hope that you can be lenient. Seeing that we didn't make a big mistake, let's forget about this enmity. How about it? The young swordsman thought for a moment and said with a smile, "If it's possible, you just need to promise me to use a camouflage technique." Chen Pingan nodded. Sure. Very soon, the 3 emerald green bookcases disappeared from everyone's sight. Of course, if the Qi refinement warriors focused on them, they would reveal their true forms. The young swordsman finally looked at Wei Jin again. This was the youngest cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the eastern treasure bottle continent. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator whose combat strength could be 1 realm higher. A cultivator of the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. It must be known that a cultivator of the 10th realm was already the cornerstone of a country, and all of them were worshipped by the kings and emperors to protect the country's fate. Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms, which one of them was not a dragon that appeared and disappeared? They were existences that could establish a sect. In the Aquarius continent, there were many dynasties, but how many immortal mansions with the word sect as the suffix? It could be counted with one's fingers. Wei Jin clasped his fists and said to the young swordsman, "We will meet again someday." The young swordsman also clasped his fists and returned the greeting, "I hope that in the future, I can hear news about you from the inverted mountain in the Aquarius continent." The 2 sword cultivators looked at each other and smiled. Old hairs are like new, old friends are like old friends, this was the principle. Chen Pingan said softly, "Let's go." Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shi nodded. The blind old Taoist gritted his teeth and mustered up his courage to ask carefully, "Immortal Master, I have 2 disciples that Mrs. Chu asked to stay in the mansion as guests. Can I take them away? I am afraid that my disciples are uncouth and naughty, and might accidentally break Mrs. Chu's rules." The young swordsman turned to the ghost in the wedding dress and said gently, "Mrs. Chu, can you let us go?" The ghost in the wedding dress nodded and said, "Since you have spoken, how can I dare to disobey?" This hidden gatekeeper of the capital could block Wei Jin's 3rd sword with just an inch of his sword out of the sheath. The ghost in the wedding dress knew very well how powerful he was. In short, he was not someone she could contend against. Even if she was at her peak, with the protection of the mountains and rivers, it would be meaningless. Moreover, she was not a true 10th realm cultivator, and this strange swordsman from the school of Moism might be like Wei Jin, an 11th realm sword immortal. She was somewhat annoyed and narrowed her eyes at the young boys and girls. If not for one of them causing her to be unable to light the lantern and seeing their disgusting appearance of traveling, she would not have been reduced to such a miserable state. Not to mention that she had taken 2 swords from the sword immortal Wei Jin. Even the water source of the mountain was almost destroyed by the Yin spirit. Wei Jin led the white donkey and asked Chen Pingan and the others with a smile, "Then shall we hurry on our way?" Chen Pingan naturally had no objections. With the addition of a traveling sword immortal, the traveling group slowly left just like that. Li Baoping came to Chen Pingan's side and said, "Little martial uncle." Chen Pingan asked softly, "What's wrong?" Li Baoping chuckled. "Nothing." Chen Pingan rubbed her head. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket walked side by side with Chen Pingan. Actually, she was somewhat missing her elder brother. The ghost in the wedding dress waved her hand and casually pulled the crippled youth and the round-faced girl out of the garden and threw them beside the blind old Taoist. After that, she glanced in a direction out of the corner of her eye. Coincidentally, the ghost in the wedding dress saw the straw sandals youth looking back. They stared at each other. The youth's eyes were cold. For a moment, the ghost in the wedding dress felt her heart palpitate for no reason. However, she soon found it ridiculous and quickly retracted her gaze, no longer wasting time on an ordinary youth. The ghost in the wedding dress did not understand why she was so suspicious. Then, for some reason, she looked again. The straw sandals youth had his back to her and was slowly walking away. Naturally, he was at the back of the group. I need to go to the dragon beheading platform there to sharpen my sword Gao Zhu and natal flying sword in preparation for the heart of the inverted hanging mountain in the future. Because Senior Alliance said that we can go to that place through the inverted hanging mountain. Now it's a once-in-a-century battle. I can't miss it. Seeing that no one takes the jade plate, Wei Jin explains patiently, "Although you are escorted by a Yin god whose strength is not to be underestimated, in order to prevent today's accident from happening again, I give you this jade plate. This is the Mountain Temple Peace Plate, unique to our Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain. Once you are in danger, as long as the holder injects his genuine qi and speaks to it, it will fly to the Mountain Temple on its own and send a call for help to its sect." Wei Jin saw that no one had taken the jade token of great significance. He didn't blame these children for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Instead, he smiled and said, "If you think that I'll be safer accompanying you to Yefu Pass than holding a small jade token, of course, I won't shirk my responsibility. I'm just discussing it with you. In the end, it's up to you." Chen Pingan says, Senior Swordwiz can go to Longquan County by himself and find the dragon beheading platform to sharpen his sword. We just need to take this jade plate. Senior Yin God is escorting us to Yefu Pass this time. In addition, the Dali Imperial Court has promised us before. That's why those 3 people appeared beside the female ghost. Although they are a little late, it proves that they keep their word. Chen Pingan thinks for a moment and says seriously, "I believe that such a big accident as today won't happen again and again." He takes the plate and passes it to Lin Shui. He whispers, "Remember to keep it well. It's best not to put it in the box. If it's too far away, it'll be inconvenient to take it out in an emergency." Lin Shui nods and says softly, "I know. I'll hide it in my sleeve with the other 2 talisman." Wei Jin smiles knowingly. He is a little surprised by this straw sandal boy's understanding. In fact, Wei Jin was a little puzzled. Why did this person make the decision in the group? Earlier, on the street in front of the female ghost's mansion, Wei Jin saw that the boy named Lin Shui has already set foot on the longevity bridge. His Qi palace is full of vitality, magnificent and stable. He is a rare cultivator. The boy still has that kind of noble and arrogant personality. How can he be willing to be under others? And the key is that the boy himself doesn't seem to feel that there is anything wrong with it. As for the youngest and strong-minded guy, since he was arranged by Alliance to look after the white donkey, there is no need to say more about his good fortune. This is because no matter what, Wei Jin will give Li Huai a parting gift. He, Wei Jin, has traveled the countries alone. I hope all of you have a safe journey. Although Wei Jin was heroic and chivalrous by nature, he was not the kind of child of wealth. On the path of cultivation, the great Tao was long. It was actually very difficult to know if it was a good or bad fate that was formed after a short contact with each other. Without the right timing and right amount of fate, with the current rich fate of the Wei and Jin dynasties and the unpredictable will of the heavens, if the person who received the gift from the Wei and Jin dynasties did not have a strong fate, who knew if they would be harmed and die halfway? Why did the people on the mountain go down the mountain to accept disciples and be so cautious? Many experiences and tests would last for years or even decades. Wei Jin believed that these children were definitely not simple since Alliance had traveled with them previously. As for who was the person that Alliance cared about the most and valued the most, it could be Li Huai, who had a great background and great fortune. It could also be the naturally likable girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. It could also be Lin Shui, who had a firm Taoist heart. It could be any of the three children, or it could even be one of them. However, it was urgent for Wei Jin to rush to the inverted mountain. Otherwise, he would miss the soul-stirring peak battle. Otherwise, he would really want to accompany this group of children to the border Yefu Pass. As a sword cultivator who aspired to reach the peak of swordsmanship, how could he miss the once-in-a-century event? Chen Pingon subconsciously cupped his fists in return. However, it was the first time he cupped his fists in salute on the Embroidery River Ferry. He was used to covering his right hand with his left hand. Now, looking at Wei Jin and the young swordsman in the Wind Snow Temple, it seemed that they were covering their right hand with their right hand. As a result, Chen Pingon felt a little awkward. He was afraid that he did not know the rules of etiquette, so he quickly changed the position of his left and right hands. Wei Jin saw this detail. When he saw the straw sandals youth's embarrassed state, he could not help but laugh. He bent down and patted his old friend's back. "Let's go." The white donkey stomped its hooves happily. After taking a few steps forward, it suddenly turned around and ran towards Chen Pingon. It rubbed against the young man's cheek before carrying its long-awaited master on its back and continuing its journey. Along the way, it was said that Li Huai was taking care of the white donkey. However, how could Li Huai have such patience and perseverance? Wasn't it still Chen Pingon who silently fed the donkey, blew its nose, and drove away the mosquitoes and flies? Chen Pingon smiled and waved goodbye to the donkey. The white-clothed sword cultivator could not help but laugh. His body leaned back and moved up and down along with the donkey's hooves. Well, it turned out that this land sword immortal was not as popular as his old friend. The world was lonely, desolate, and barren. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only a city wall of unknown length and height left. Even from 100 miles away in the south, one could still clearly see the 18 large words carved with sword qi. From this, one could see how big the words were and how tall the city wall was. Daoist techniques, vast, western heaven. The sword qi existed forever, the lightning pool important place. Qi, dong, qin. Mang. Hundreds of miles south of the Great Wall, a bugle horn that seemed to be able to shatter the dome of the world suddenly sounded. Countless black shadows gathered together densely. As the bugle horn sounded, bits of fire lit up and finally connected into one. If one stood at a high place in the north and looked into the distance, it would be a resplendent sea of fire. On the city wall, an old voice sounded majestically. "Raise your swords." On the city wall that had stood here for 10,000 years and was tens of thousands of miles long. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of flying swords left the city wall at the same time and flew towards the south. The sword chi was brilliant. It was like a flood breaking through a dam and pouring down. There was no greater wonder in the world than this. 8. (129) Under the plaque of the mansion, the young swordsman habitually put his elbows on the hilt and the end of the scabbard. He didn't look lazy at all. He said softly, "Mrs. Chu." After that, he didn't say anything else. The Minister of Rites holding a lantern and the water god of Embroidery River with a green snake wrapped around his arm slowed down their breathing and stood solemnly at the same time. The ghost in the wedding dress sneered, "Why? Do you want to settle accounts with me?" The young swordsman looked up at the place where the flying sword of the wind snow temple broke the sky and said slowly, "Mrs. Chu, you don't have to be angry. I don't mean that. But the children left here and the blind Taoist master and his disciples continued to go north. I hope Mrs. Chu won't cause any more trouble." Whether Mrs. Chu did it intentionally or not, the Song clan has always been grateful to Mrs. Chu. After all, she helped the Song clan to continue the dynasty. After that, the great Li Song clan was once again guilty to Madame Chu. Even if an outsider like me wasn't filled with righteous indignation when I heard of that tragedy, I definitely had a heart of compassion. Silence fell again. The ghost in the wedding dress raised her arm and stroked the hair on her temples, showing the gentleness of a woman. She squinted and smiled. "Next, you can say, but..." The young swordsman nodded and said, "But the more we delay the matter of Mrs. Chu indiscriminately killing scholars, the more we can't hide the truth, just like today. I don't dare to guess what His Majesty will think. But if I hear that a scholar has disappeared here again, I'll visit alone and bring Mrs. Chu back to Dolly's water prison. Don't worry. His Majesty cares about friendship, but he'll definitely pay more attention to the rules. Besides, no matter how much friendship there is, it will be used up one day." The young swordsman sighed and said sincerely, "Mrs. Chu, whether you believe it or not, I don't want such a day to come." The ghost in the wedding dress looked into the distance and gently twirled the sleeves of her wedding dress with 2 fingers. She rarely had a calm state of mind and said softly, "Because you're willing to talk to a young man so humbly, I believe what you said." She paused for a long time, and her expression turned cold. "I can promise that I won't harm any passing scholar, but I want you to know that once I accidentally see those traveling scholars, I may not be able to control myself. I'm not pleading with you. I just want to tell you the truth. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with me. Do you want me to be thrown into that water prison, or do you want me to break the water source of this place? You and I will each depend on our own abilities, and we will be responsible for the consequences." The young swordsman smiled. "Sure." The water god of the Embroidery River wanted to say something but hesitated. Before the young swordsman left, he said to the water god, "There's no need to hide. Just tell Madame Chu the truth. After so many years, Madame Chu should have known the truth long ago. Regarding this matter, if there is any responsibility, just put it on me. You don't have to worry about the imperial court blaming me." The water god cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, my lord. In the future, even if it's your personal matters, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." The young swordsman waved his hand and left with Dr. Han. Madame Chu stood where she was, looking at the river god who was deeply trusted by the Dali imperial court with some disdain. She did not invite him into the residence as a guest, but she also did not chase him away on the spot. The water god of the embroidered river strode up the steps and sat down casually. I know you have always looked down on a rough martial artist like me, so I will make a long story short. As they continued to go south, Chen Pingon looked back and slowly withdrew his gaze. The boy suddenly wanted to practice swordsmanship. 130. Strangers meeting by chance in the river of life would often go their separate ways after a whirlwind. The blind old Taoist named Xian Guzi was silent all the way, which made Zhou a little uncomfortable. Although the crippled youth was unwilling to hand over the snake gall stone, after hesitating, he still took the initiative to hand it to his bad-tempered master. The old Taoist took the fine stone and rubbed it in his palm for a moment. Then, he returned it to the youth for the first time. Keep it for yourself. The crippled youth took the stone in confusion and looked at Zhou. The latter also shook her head quietly, indicating that she could not guess her master's thoughts. The old man said softly, "Little cripple, this is your fate. Master can't take it away. If I really take it, it won't be a good thing." Why do you think that young man named Shin Pingon sent a letter back to Longquan County through the post house? I reckon that if we go to that Tai Sui or Chao Tu shop, and it's not you who personally takes out the stone, our days there won't be easy. We might not be troubled by others, but we won't be able to gain a foothold smoothly, let alone find a mountain and cultivate under someone else's roof. The crippled youth nodded. He was not a person with a complicated mind and was not good at thinking about these problems. The blind old Taoist rubbed the little girl's head. The two of you are really lucky. Compared to her brother, Zhou was more meticulous. She asked, "Master, is the background of the little sisters group unusual?" The old Taoist nodded and said that Longquan County was originally the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven above the Dali dynasty. After it shattered, it took root. Previously, the scholarly sage, Qi Jingchen, was in charge for 60 years. Now, these children are carrying bookcases, and each one is smarter than the other. They said that they are going to the Great Sui Kingdom's Academy to travel. Then, whose students do you think they are? The little girl was a little envious. The scholarly sage's students are really amazing. The blind old Taoist sneered and said, "Otherwise, the first thing that Wei Jin, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, would be to come and save them. Besides, these children have a Yin spirit as their retainer, and they can actually threaten the mountain and water source of that fierce female ghost. None of these children are easy to deal with." The old man sighed, "Their future is limitless, limitless." The little girl was a little slow and asked curiously, "Since Master knows that they have experts protecting them, why do you have to tell them about the situation of the 3 branches of mountain? They don't have to worry." The old Taoist habitually reached out and pinched the little girl's cheeks. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, this is called benefit without cost. You can be a good person without spending a single copper coin. Why not? 2. All these years, I've always wanted to pick up a heavenly treasure and casually pick up a talented disciple from the side of the road. I've always despised the two of you for not having a good background and not having a good background. Unexpectedly, when I look back, I'm the one who's in the dark." The little girl was a little scared. The old Taoist was too strange. Her face turned pale. "Master, are you possessed? Zhou doesn't recognize you." The old Taoist laughed and suddenly said in a low voice, "Zhou, I promised not to take the talisman spring for a year. Now, I want to discuss it with you and change it from a year to half a year. What do you think? Think about it." Master's mission of subduing the demon is really one step higher than the demon. Old man Yang couldn't resist and had to agree. In the end, I heard that there was an immortal sect in Baoping continent. Li Er used his fist to destroy the ancestral hall, and he fought all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top. Chen Pingan's mouth was wide open. Didn't they say that Li Er was the most useless man in the west of the town? Even his son, Li Huai, always thought so. Chen Pingan asked curiously, why didn't Li Er tell Li Huai? The Yin spirit seemed to be in a better mood after mentioning Li Er. Li Er's temper is very stubborn. Otherwise, he would not have married Li Huai's mother. Chen Pingan laughed heartily. When he knows the truth, Li Huai will be very happy. The Yin spirit asked, you don't plan to tell Li Huai? At Pillow Inn, you told Baoping the truth directly, even if Alliance advised you not to tell her. Chen Pingan walked forward slowly. When it is about me, I think it is right. Of course, I can make my own decision. But Li Huai's father did not want to tell his son. As an outsider, what right do I have to tell Li Huai the truth? Is it because I think Li Huai will be happier? That is not good. The Yin spirit nodded. No wonder Li Er did not think highly of the other geniuses. Instead, he thought highly of this young man from Mud Bottle Alley. He did not hesitate to break the rules and wanted to give the golden carp and the Dragon King basket to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and asked, because I have good eyesight and I was worried that you were a bad person, I remember very clearly that when you first appeared, the first person you looked at was me. Then, you looked at Li Huai. Why was that? Was it just an unintentional move? If you are not willing to answer, you can pretend that I did not ask. If the Yin spirit was still alive, his mouth would be dry and he would be sitting on pins and needles. How could he have imagined that Chen Pingan would be so meticulous? At that time, his gaze had flashed and disappeared. He had hidden it quite well. But when he thought of Chen Pingan's performance along the way, the Yin spirit understood. This was probably the reason why Chen Pingan was able to convince everyone. Even if Lin Shi was now in the middle 5 realms and had become a true immortal, Li Baoping would not listen to him. Li Huai was the same. As for the Yin spirit himself, he was not an exception. In his eyes, Lin Shi was still an extremely intelligent and talented young man. This feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man from Mud Bottle Alley had a temperament that made people feel at ease and at ease. If the young man said that this was not right, then the others in the group would feel that it was not right. If the young man said that this could be done, then it could be done. But what was even stranger was that the young man had never deliberately shown off any of his strengths. On the contrary, he would humbly ask the little girl who called him Little Martial Uncle about how to read and read. He had never even treated Li Huai as an insensible child. He was also willing to chat with Lin Shi and listen to the latter talk about the outside world. The Yin spirit finally smiled, I will not answer this question first. Anyway, you do not need to worry, I will not harm you. Chen Pingan jogged forward, turning his head and smiling, if I did not believe you, I would not have asked this question. The Yin spirit's figure slowly faded away, sighing. Traveling with this group of children was really tiring. Actually, that servant girl Zhu Lu, who had a terrible temperament, could be considered a genius that could not be underestimated in an ordinary family of the Mountain Foot dynasty. Unfortunately, in this group, she was left in the dust from start to finish. She could not even compare to a single person in any aspect. Further south, there was the Longshu River and the Tiefu River, followed by the Xiuhua River and the Chongdan River. When Chen Pingan thought of this, he felt full of motivation and strength. Whenever he had free time, he would either sit on the branches of a big tree on a mountain peak or at the edge of a cliff near the water. There were youths who formed hand seals and stood alone, silently cultivating while facing the mountains and rivers. When there was a mountain, he looked at the mountain. When there was water, he listened to the water. "131. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, left the Leaf family's mansion on Fulu Street with a trusted secretary. Wu Yuan, who was dressed in official attire, suddenly stood on one leg. He bent down and took off his boots, then poured out the gravel inside. The secretary, who was born in an aristocratic family, was not surprised by this. However, Fulu Street was much more lively than before. The young man, who was still an official for the time being, immediately tried his best to cover up for his superior. At the same time, he said softly, Li Hong had clearly relented earlier and was willing to take the lead to compromise on the matter of the immortal tomb. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Isn't he afraid of leaving an impression on you that he's two-faced? Wu Yuan, who looked tired, said helplessly, it's most likely Li Hong's second son, Li Baozhen, who has made a name for himself in the capital. Perhaps he has already found a backer and sent a secret letter back home, warning Li Hong not to act rashly. Or perhaps it's his eldest son, who lives in seclusion, who reminded Li Hong to act quietly. It's hard to say. In short, we're the ones in trouble now. There's no other way. The original arrangement was mostly based on my master. Sigh, let's not talk about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's drink. Let's have 2 pots of peach blossom wine first. It's my treat and you'll pay. Just put it on young Master Fu's tab. The secretary with the surname Fu was already numb to the fact that his superior was taking credit. He only asked curiously, rumor has it that the 2 sons and 1 daughter of the Leaf family on Fulu Street were once told by a certain fortune-teller that they were dragons and phoenixes. Wu Yuan rubbed her slightly pale and thin cheeks and said casually with a smile, you believe in these things. In the capital of Dali, if one wants to stand out, especially those who came from humble beginnings, who doesn't have some unique experience in raising the prestige of famous scholars and accumulating reputation. Even if it's a rich family, how good can it be? Your Fu family's saying of splendid and dazzling lineups, whether or not there's any exaggeration in it, outsiders may not know, but don't you, Fu Yu, know in your heart? Fu Yu, who was exposed, said angrily, Lord Wu, you have the nerve to talk about our Fu family. Wu Yuan's mood turned for the better. She laughed and patted her best friend's shoulder. Let's stick together and play dirty. Fu Yu laughed as well. Like-minded and like-minded. Doesn't that sound better? Wu Yuan laughed and scolded, aren't you being too pretentious? It's very tiring to be a hypocrite, but it's much more fun to be a real person. Fu Yu shook his head and said regretfully, Lord Wu, your words have gone with the flow. Wu Yuan sighed and changed the subject. I miss my daughter-in-law a little. Fu Yu smiled and said, County Magistrate, shouldn't we release the restrictive spells on the brothels in Longquan County? Wine, 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 wine. It's unreasonable to only have wine. Wu Yuan nodded and said in all seriousness, among those exiled felons of the Liu dynasty, there are some women who just happen to fit the bill. Instead of dying in the arduous labor deep in the mountains and forests, why don't we give them another choice? Of course, this matter cannot be forced. The key is still up to them. Fu Yu, from now on, you don't have to accompany me to eat supercilious people every day. You'll be personally in charge of this matter. This time, it was Fu Yu's turn to be surprised. He had just casually mentioned it earlier, and now he asked doubtfully, really? Wu Yuan tugged at the collar of her official uniform and said with a smile, what's there to be serious about? So many mountains have been opened up, and in the future, most of the immortals living on the mountains will be living in immortal mansions. If we want to keep these men with high standards and fat wallets and let them spend a fortune in our small town, do we have to rely on a lowly county magistrate like me who's about to lose his position as supervisor, or do we have to rely on you, Fu Yu? In the past, according to my master's tone, those arrogant people living on the mountains often have no interest in the so-called beauty of the women of the mortal world, because compared to the immortals who cultivate the Tao, there's a huge difference in their appearance. Then, the only thing left for the women at the foot of the mountains is their status. For example, a golden-branched jade leaf whose country has fallen, or a daughter of a wealthy clan whose property has been confiscated, is more or less tempting. This is something that the felons of the Liu dynasty do not lack. Fu Yu said indignantly, at this time, the imperial court has the intention to use the new supervisor of kiln affairs. If it's not picking fruits, what is it? For the past 2 months, my lord, you've walked step by step through more than 60 mountains and talked with those old foxes until your mouth was dry. From the groundbreaking of the county yamen to the city god pavilion, to the negotiation of the location of the civil and martial temples, to the preparation of the timber, to the resettlement of the Liu dynasty survivors, you've done everything in detail. When have you ever slept for more than 6 hours? Well, if the old men of the imperial court just talked, then does it mean that Lord Wu is really incompetent? Perhaps the 4 families and 10 clans are making things difficult for you at the behest of someone in the imperial court. They deliberately want my lord's official career to start in Longquan County and end in Longquan County. Fu Yu probably felt that the last statement was too unlucky and unrealistic, so he said sullenly, at the very least, they want my lord to be unable to successfully take charge of a department before the age of 50, and have to rely on the endure formula to slowly climb to a high position in the department. Wu Yuan opened her cracked lips, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Fu Yu suddenly laughed. Wu Yuan turned her head and looked over. What happy thing are you thinking of? Fu Yu nodded and said, this Longquan County is small, but compared to the bustling capital, I still like this place. Soju, pastries, and the meat buns every morning, as long as I want to eat, I can walk over and buy them myself. A round trip takes at most an hour. Sometimes, when my mind is in a mess, I'll sit at a wine shop and order a caddy of loose wine. I, Fu Yu, can sit there quietly for 2 hours, and no one will come over and call for young Master Fu. Then, I'll order a small bowl of soy sauce meat and a plate of pickled vegetables. I really want to continue living like this. Therefore, right now, I want to make some achievements here even more. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, had already officially stepped down from her position as the supervisor of kills. It was said that the person who replaced her was a young talent from the Chao family of Upper Pillar State. The Chao family and Wu Yuan's future father-in-law, the Yuan family, were famous rivals in Dali's imperial court. They could fight on all kinds of occasions without saying a word. In the small imperial court where Huangzi met, the 2 powerful pillars of Upper Pillar State pointed at each other's noses and scolded each other. It was a common occurrence. His Majesty mostly advised them with kind words. Sometimes, when he was really annoyed, he told the 2 of them to go home and argue. After all, the 2 families had been neighbors since their ancestors. It was said that the children of the 2 families had learned to throw all kinds of objects at their neighbors through a wall. You throw bricks, I throw mud. Wu Yuan visited this time to humbly ask her teacher for advice. Teacher, the Chao family has always controlled the land and the Ministry of Personnel of the Imperial Court. Are you preparing to move me back to a government office in the capital and sit on the cold bench for a few years before I can open up the situation? That's not it. Cui Dong was still sitting calmly on the big chair. He said indifferently, how's Chao Ji's family background? How's his ability? Wu Yuan smiled bitterly. His family background is far better than mine. His ability is also quite good. Fighting with such a person just shows that you, Wu Yuan, still have some ability, don't you? Besides, you are the county magistrate of Longquan County. Chao Ji is only the supervisor of kills. Now that the dragon kiln has been reopened, it's just doing some finishing work related to the natal porcelain. It's not as serious as you think. The young imperial tutor with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows looked at the courtyard. Of course Chao wants Chao Ji to step on you to climb up. Now it depends on whether you have the ability to become Chao Ji's obstacle in the officialdom. If you can't stop him, it's hard to say whether Lady Yuan is still willing to marry her daughter. If you can stop Chao Ji, who Lady Chao has placed high hopes on, Lady Yuan might beg you to marry that daughter. Cui Dong glanced at Wu Yuan. When His Majesty uses people, it's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. After the meritorious service, he is always given preferential treatment. But in the end, it still depends on your own ability. Wu Yuan smiled and said, after listening to teacher's explanation, this student's mood is much better. Cui Dong sneered and said, kid, your mood is much better. But what about me? Wu Yuan pretended to be deaf and mute. She was determined not to speak. Cui Dong suddenly said out of the blue, do you have any thoughts about the conflict between Master Ruan's only daughter, Wan Xiu, and an outsider? Wu Yuan thought for a moment and quickly said, although Wan Xiu's attack was a bit heavy, it was still that self-proclaimed romantic idiot who started it. She has reminded him several times. It's not reasonable, but it's reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. What's more, her father, Wan Fei, fought fiercely and killed Li Zhu in the sky above the cave. After that, no cultivator dared to violate the rules. Like father, like daughter. Cui Dong was a little impatient. He probably thought that this student was too stupid, so he poured out a bunch of beans from a bamboo tube. My Lord Wu, I'll have to trouble you to investigate carefully. Why would that idiot have the leisure to wander around and happen to pass by Wan Xiu's small shop in the Riding Dragon Alley? Moreover, he didn't know her identity at all. Moreover, he did it at the moment when his family was buying the mountain and making friends with Dolly. If one or two coincidences are coincidences, then don't you find it strange that there are so many coincidences? There are many stupid and lustful men in the world, but how could a young man who is qualified to represent his family to show his face here, and whose cultivation aptitude is quite good, be so unlucky? The young man said humorously, but Wu Yuan's expression was solemn. She was not relaxed at all. In the end, the young man began to complain again. He rubbed his cheeks hard with both hands. Speaking of which, I'm even more miserable than that lustful man, but I'm really unlucky. Wu Yuan, why don't you extend your face over and let me slap you a few times to vent my anger? Wu Yuan was not stupid. It was obvious that she would be slapped for nothing. Sir, I think we should just forget about it. The young man said angrily, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You're just like me. You're most likely the kind of person who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. When the affairs of Longquan County are more or less settled, try to find time to go to the capital and continue to discuss the matter of building an academy in Mount Covering Cloud with me. With that me. Wu Yuan nodded. Her expression did not change at all. The young man waved his hand to chase her away. Go about your business. Wu Yuan stood up and bid farewell. In this Yuan family's old mansion, other than the quiet young man with a delicate face, Wu Yuan had brought back a young felon named Xia Yulu for her master, Cui Dong, after a secret trip. He was 14 years old. His body was slender, and he did not lose out to a strong young man. His face was like a jade crown, and his skin was like a jade tree. He had a first-class appearance. For some reason, Cui Dong had asked him to change his name to Yu Lu. Even though the young man was very unwilling, he could only accept it silently. The tall young man who changed his name to Yu Lu had probably escaped from the abyss of suffering, or perhaps he was born with a cheerful personality. He cleaned this Yuan family's old mansion from the first floor to the second floor. In the end, he even climbed up to the roof to renovate the old tiles. If Cui Dong did not find the young man noisy and scolded him, the young man would probably even paint the walls of the old mansion. The bowls, dishes, and vases in the house were all wiped clean by Yu Lu. Every time Wu Yuan visited her master, she could see Yu Lu busying himself over there. When he saw her, other than smiling, he would stand in the distance, holding a broom, and patiently wait for her to leave. After politely sending off the guests, the young man would begin to clean the footprints, wipe the chairs, and other servant chores. The young man's enjoyment in it puzzled Wu Yuan. Could it be that the young man's mind was a little muddled due to the destruction of his country and his entire family being reduced to felons? We must not let the imperial court be filled with officials, peddlers, and servants, who blindly worship the superficial style of learning of beautiful prose. We must attach importance to the classics, to the current affairs, and to the actual situation. We must firmly grasp the word merit. Even if the Song clan of Great Li were to change dynasties, no matter who is going to sit on the dragon throne, we must not lose the foundation of our achievement in the Great Tao. It's just that it's the right thing to do. The Imperial College must be in our hands. When appropriate, we can withdraw Qintianjian's arrangement in exchange for complete control of the Imperial College. At the end of the letter, Cui Dong suddenly threw his pen on the ground. What's the use of writing this now? I'm not me anymore. You're just a guy who doesn't know how to feel. You still have the face to ask me to not contact you for the time being and take care of yourself. You should give me half of your family's property. You're indeed old Cui Dong, a stingy chicken. You're enjoying life in the capital, but I'm going to be someone's student. God, why don't you just strike me with lightning and kill me? The young boy with a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows burst into tears. He was heartbroken. 132. At dawn, a carriage stopped outside the Yuan family's old house. The tall young man, Yu Lu, and the tanned girl, Xie, were waiting beside the carriage with their bags on their backs. The young man, Cui Dong, walked out of the house with a yawn. He was wearing an ivory-white robe with exquisite craftsmanship. Behind him was a young man with a face as delicate as porcelain. Yu Lu couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where are we going?" Cui Dong said in languid, "I'm going to take you to study, to the Great Sui Kingdom. You two are originally students of Cliff Academy." Yu Lu and Xie, the two prisoners of the Lu dynasty, looked at each other. The coachman was a great spy from the Li dynasty stationed in Longquan County town. He sat motionlessly on the driver's seat. After Cui Shi got on the carriage and bent down to lift the curtain, he suddenly turned his head and said, "Go and call Wang Yifu over to be the coachman. You will continue to stay in the county town and be responsible for keeping an eye on the movements in Dragon Rider Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley." The spy nodded and left without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, a tall man strode over. The tall young man looked straight ahead with a calm expression. The girl's eyes were cold. She didn't seem to like the man named Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was the man who was ordered to twist off Song Yuzhang's head. He was a fierce general of the Lu dynasty in the past. He didn't become a prisoner of Dolly, didn't become a guest of the new dynasty, and didn't regain military power. Instead, he became the lackey of the empress. As she was banished to the Eternal Spring Palace to cultivate, Wang Yifu's master changed from the Empress of Dali to the young imperial tutor in front of him. The carriage was large enough to accommodate 3 people because of the post road. However, Cui Dong still let the young man and girl sit outside. He occupied the spacious carriage alone. Not long after, the sound of reading came from the carriage. The imperial tutor of Dali, the famous Go player of the continent, had to recite such elementary knowledge every day. It was really funny. The carriage drove out of the town from the east gate. Cui Dong lifted the curtain and looked at the newly built county government near the east gate. It wasn't completed yet, just a prototype. Under the supervision of the government official, the young people in the town were already busy, causing dust to fly around the east gate. Cui Dong put down the curtain with a gloomy look. After leaving the town, they drove along the post road for about 2 hours. Cui Dong asked Wang Yifu to stop the carriage and walked alone to a small hill. This gentleman of Lakeview Academy, Cui Minghuang, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw his ancestor who had been expelled from the family, he bowed respectfully. Cui Dong stood on the top of the hill and looked back at the town. Unfortunately, his state had dropped greatly and his cultivation was low. Even if he used all his eyesight, he couldn't see the scenery over there. The matter of worshipping Mount Biyun as the north peak of Dali still needs some time to prepare. It won't be successful in a short time. However, building a new academy at Mount Biyun is imperative. There will be results in half a year at most. Don't worry. You took such a big risk this time and almost lost your life. I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. A deputy hill master of the academy can't run away. In the future, Dali will definitely use all the national resources to build this new academy. It will be more like one of the 72 academies of Confucianism than Cliff Academy. Cui Minghuang breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were firm as he promised, I won't let you down. Cui Dong didn't say a word and continued, I'll leave the porcelain youth to you. When the time comes, you can place him in the new academy. On the other side, Cui Dong stretched out his palms and made a dantian gesture. He tried to be calm and said, the reason I'm here is because an old scholar wants me to learn how to be a good person from you. It's okay if you don't accept me as a student. I'll follow you as Yu Lu and Zhou Er's son. Just treat me as if I don't exist. How about it? Chen Pingan nodded and said, as long as you don't provoke me and don't say weird things like teacher and student, it's okay. Cui Dong was just about to say something. The Dali cavalry flashed past with a roar. Yu Lu, who had been observing all the details of this cavalry, had already lowered his head. He did not forget to use his arm to block the wind and dust. The young girl had already moved to the outside of the courier road. The youth with a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, Cui Dong, happened to be wearing a spotless white robe. The majestic Dali cavalry roared past. Cui Dong silently stood where he was. The talkative youth was covered in dust. His mouth was still open, but he could not say a single word. Li Huai only felt that this scene was too horrible to look at. He said in a small voice, it's a little tragic. The white-clothed youth covered in dust raised his hand to wipe his face. His eyes were dazed as he muttered, I can't live like this. According to the rules set by Ruanju, now idle cultivators crossing the border, without the amnesty of the Dali imperial court, as long as they passed by the sky above the original Liju cave, they could not cross the sky or fly on their swords. After the famous Qi cultivators paid with their lives, now many forces in Dali tacitly agreed to this unreasonable rule. The cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao, landed his flying sword outside the boundary. After paying, he took a luxurious carriage specially provided for cultivators by the courier station and rushed to the county. He found the new school opened by the Chin family in Longwei County and found his good friend Chin Song-fong was personally teaching a dozen children. When Chin Song-fong found Lu Baqiao standing outside the window, he wanted to find someone to help him teach the children. Lu Baqiao quickly waved his hand, indicating that he just needed to wait. An hour later, after the children bowed to him, Mr. Chin Song-fong quickly walked out of the classroom and walked side by side with Lu Baqiao. He looked at the sword and asked curiously, "This is one of the best Taoist talisman swords, the talisman in the dragon-locking well in Dali's capital city?" Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and held the back of his head with both hands. Song Zhengqiang, that bastard, said that he would leave the talisman sword for me and wait for me to pull it out. As a result, all I heard on my way to the north was that someone in Dali's capital city had taken the talisman sword. I didn't believe it and thought that Song Zhengqiang had used a trick from the military book to deliberately pave the way for me. The young man in white lifted the curtain and sat behind the coachman, Yu Lu, and said loudly, "In front of us is Qin Pingan, Brother Qin, Uncle Qin, Ancestor Qin. This mountain is called Hingshan, we have to be careful. Before the Huangting Kingdom, this place belonged to the later Shu Kingdom. According to a later Shu scholar's book, Trivial News of the Shu Kingdom, there was a temple of goddess Qing in Hingshan. In front of the temple was an ancient cypress tree of unknown age. Its wishes were very effective, so later generations built the temple. According to legend, a minister of the previous dynasty sacrificed himself for the country, his family fled, only his young daughter refused to leave. She killed herself with a sword, her blood staining the roots of the cypress tree. Her soul then attached itself to the old cypress tree. After that, many strange things happened, but fortunately, all the rumors said that she died a good death, so there is no need to be too nervous. Just treat it as a sightseeing tour with a story." Chen Ping's heart tightened. After the incident with the wedding dress ghost, whenever he heard about ghosts or gods, it was inevitable that he would be afraid of them for the rest of his life. Actually, not only Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shi, even that Yin spirit, no one dared to let their guard down. Therefore, before dusk covered the mountain ridge, they stopped and chose an empty space on the mountainside as their resting place. After a simple but satisfying dinner, Li Baoping used the light from the bonfire to start flipping through his favorite travel book on mountains and rivers. Usually, Lin Shi would not take out the Cloud Gem book in front of Yu Lu and Xie. He would only open the mountain search map given to him by the blind old Taoist and admire those lifelike mountain spirits and ghosts. Li Huai, on the other hand, would continue to fiddle with those little things. Usually, only Xie would be willing to accompany him, and today was no exception. Yu Lu was very strange today. He actually took the initiative to ask to play a game with Lin Shi. Naturally, Lin Shi would not refuse. In fact, he felt that it was very interesting. Previously, when he sat across from Xie, it was probably because the disparity between their chess skills was too great. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. Although Lin Shi controlled his emotions very well, every time after Xie left, the youth would still feel a little depressed when he reviewed the game alone. But when he played chess with Yu Lu, who had a gentle temperament, he found that this tall young man, who was a remnant of the Lu family, played chess in a way that was similar to his temperament. He was gentle and slow, neither did he make any unsightly moves, nor did he have any celestial hands that would make people's eyes light up. He was very steady. After 2 games, Lin Shi lost both times. Both times, it seemed like he was only 1 move behind. Both times, before Yu Lu made the last move, the chessboard was still evenly matched, and the outcome was still unclear. When the two young men were playing chess, the white-clothed young man Cui Dong put his hands behind his back, glanced at the chessboard, rolled his eyes, and did not want to look anymore. But after going around in a circle, he really had no place to go. He could only return to the chessboard again and again, either standing behind Lin Shui and rolling his eyes, or standing behind Yu Lu and rolling his eyes. In the end, he really could not take it anymore. He said to Lin Shui, who was silently reviewing the game, "Yu Lu, that seemingly loyal little rascal, is purposely walking the dog, can't you see it at all? Do you want to win against Yu Lu and Xie? As long as you have 10% of my power, I guarantee that you can win 10 out of 10 games." Lin Shui raised his head and smiled, "Wait until you become Chen Pinggan's student first." But Lin Shui could not help but glance at the tall young man who was hiding his strength. The latter gave him a faint smile, his eyes clear. Then he lowered his head, and began tirelessly packing his luggage. The white-clothed young man Cui Dong beat his chest with both hands, his heart aching. In the distance, on a branch of a large tree, there was a young man in straw sandals standing on it. The branch under his feet was pressed into an arc. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, slowly closed his eyes. Day after day he practiced the sword furnace stance. The mountain wind brushed his face. It was like the mountain was whispering, and the young man was speechless. He found me in private and said that as long as I can help him put in a few good words in front of you, even if you still refuse to accept him as your student, he will give me a treasure. Of course, I covet his ownerless flying sword, but Cui Dongshan refused. He only agreed to give me a bamboo flute after the matter is settled. He showed me the flute's appearance. It is a veritable fish-bug flute. It was once a secret treasure of the Lu dynasty. It is one of the earliest tokens of a mountain sect to form an alliance with the founding emperor of the Lu dynasty. I am a woman, of course. I like all the beautiful and eye-catching things in the world. That is why I came to find you. With someone interrupting, Chen Pinggan stopped practicing his stance. He sat upright on the tree branch like her and looked at her. "Miss Xie, please continue." "I am listening." Xie smiled and said, "I have finished." Previously, when I talked about the differences between pure martial artists and mountain cultivators, I was just afraid that there would be an awkward silence. I wanted to throw a brick to attract jade. To be honest, Cui Dongshan has repeatedly bumped into walls and bumped his nose at your side. I usually feel very satisfied when I look at him coldly. However, when it is my turn to talk to you, I have a headache. I am afraid that you will not listen to me and reject me. Then, the fish-bug flute that is about to be in my hands will grow wings and fly away. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "If Cui Dongshan asks, I will prove that Miss Xie has already pleaded for him." If it is possible, can Miss Xie talk about some things related to martial arts? The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man's face, as if she wanted to see through his roots. She said softly, "I have only heard about martial arts from hearsay. There is nothing that I can't say. The reason why I know about this is because the lower 5 levels of Qi refinement warriors, Qi nurturing and Qi refinement, are actually still within the scope of the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. This is also the reason why it is called the lower 5 levels." She stretched out a finger and pointed at a few spots on Chen Pinggan's body. The human body has more than 300 acupoints connected to each other like a continuous mountain range. The first level of martial arts is the mud embryo level. It is to find that breath and then help it find the most suitable acupoints for resting and nurturing. The level of one's talent can be reflected here. Someone should have told you about this, right? Chen Pinggan was listening to the girl's narration attentively. After hearing her question, he replied, I have roughly heard about this before, but I don't mind hearing it a few more times. So, Miss Ye, please continue. You don't have to care if I have heard about it before. The girl subconsciously patted the tree branch gently and raised her chin slightly, looking at a place higher than Chen Pingan. The so-called martial arts genius, firstly, can find that breath at an extremely young age. Secondly, the acupoints chosen by it are not some remote locations, but some key acupoints. They have an innate advantage. Just like some people occupy a small hill in the wilderness, or a mass grave that no one cares about. Some people occupy the Red Candle Town, which is the key point of land and water, and some people directly occupy the capital of Dali. These three scenes are naturally different. Thirdly, there are differences in the thickness, and length of the breath itself. Otherwise, even if your chi residence is located in the capital of Dali, but you don't have the ability to tap into your potential, it is meaningless. Can you understand this description? Chen Pingan said, I can still understand. The natal flying sword that Cui Dongshan mentioned before is a flying sword that is nurtured in the natal acupoint by the sword cultivator among us chi cultivators. It is integrated with the spirit of the sword cultivator. When the natal flying sword leaves the body to kill the enemy, it is a real sword. When it returns to the acupoint, it turns into nothingness. It is very mysterious. My master once said that in fact, the chi residence acupoint can be regarded as a paradise in the world. Innately, one has the magical power of a square inch. So, after painstaking practice, once the joints are opened, whether it is the natal flying sword or other magic weapons, even if one's body is as big as a mountain, they can all be accommodated. The second realm of your martial arts is to use the natal acupoint as the starting point to begin to expand the road to the surroundings, turning the originally rugged and narrow meridians into a spacious post road. Why are there so many martial arts in the world? It is because the methods to open up a mountain and open up a path are different. Where does it start, which path to take, how to take shortcuts? Every family has their own secret manuals that are not divulged to outsiders. For example, the meridians that a martial artist opens by practicing boxing are very different from those of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Chen Pingan, I can tell that you are building your foundation at the second realm now. No wonder you have to practice boxing diligently every day. With your speed, I believe that you will be able to reach the third realm very soon. Oh right, can I know where your natal acupoint is? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, no. The young lady wrinkled her nose and muttered, petty. However, when she thought of the tragic experience of the Dali imperial tutor and the young man Cui Dong, the young lady immediately felt that with Chen Pingan's character, it was normal for him to reject her. To put it bluntly, Chen Pingan's temper was like a rock in a latrine pit. It was smelly and hard. To put it nicely, it was tough and unshakable. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, Miss Ye, why do you say that I will be able to reach the third realm very soon? Xia blurted out, you martial artists only rely on one breath. At the end of the day, you pay the price of harming your body in exchange for killing power. If you want to prolong your life, you have to reach the sixth realm as soon as possible. You can nourish your soul and spirit every day and nourish your body. If you stay at the second or third realm for too long, your breath of Xiantian true qi will become more and more exhausted. Every time you fight someone and get seriously injured, it is a loss of vital qi. Therefore, there are countless idiots in the world who practice boxing until they die. Even the martial artists of the rich and powerful families can soak their bodies in precious medicinal herbs to heal their injuries. However, it is still a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. It is unable to truly benefit a person's soul. Although your martial arts are not high and you cannot achieve immortality, once you reach the peak of martial arts and reach the ninth realm, or even the legendary peak, the 10th realm, it is not difficult to live for 100 or 200 years. Chen Pingan retorted, that is not entirely correct. Those with good talent can strive for speed. For those with poor talent like me, the more anxious they are, the more likely they will make mistakes. It is better to take one step at a time and not make a single mistake. Then, every step will be useful. Besides, I don't practice martial arts to pursue those high realms. It is just to strengthen my body. Chen Pingan changed his words when he was about to say them. Actually, to be more precise, Chen Pingan was using boxing to preserve his life. After the longevity bridge was destroyed by Kai Qinqian's vicious methods in secret, other than the obstruction of his path of cultivation, Chen Pingan's body did not feel good either. After the battle at Chidun Mountain, he suffered serious damage. The little lifespan that he had gained with great difficulty was wiped out. Fortunately, on the way to the south, Chen Pingan had accumulated some assets by relying on a large number of walking and standing stances every day. He could already clearly feel the improvement in his body. A body that was like a run-down house with air leaking from all sides could still be mended. The young girl smiled and said, the speed of progress in martial arts varies from person to person. If you feel that it is better to fight steadily and surely, I think there is no problem. As a chi refinement warrior, she did not know much about martial arts. Most of the time, she was used to applying cultivation to martial arts. Although her horizons were higher than Zhu He's, she was definitely not as accurate and thorough as Zhu He, who was a level 5 martial artist. Moreover, Zhu He was personally praised by the Li family's elder ancestor of Fortune Street as a wise teacher. His evaluation was far above that of a famous teacher. This was enough to show how impressive Zhu He was. However, Zhu He was limited by the Li family's background in a small town. Like most martial artists at the foot of the mountain, he firmly believed that a level 9 martial artist had reached the end of the road. Therefore, he hailed level 9 as the end of the road. In reality, there was still level 10 above level 9. The difference of one level between level 9 and level 9 was huge. It was even bigger than the difference between level 6 and level 9. Martial arts were not related to Tao. Even if one's physical body was tempered to be stronger than the Vajra of Buddhism, it was still very difficult for one to achieve great results. At the very least, one's short lifespan was a real and huge bottleneck. It was precisely because of this that in the eyes of chi refinement warriors, martial artists were people who did not have the talent for cultivation. They had no choice but to settle for the second best. Now that he had some money and started to pursue something, the former sentence began to come in handy. I, Chen Pingan, will do everything I can to the best of my ability. He often told himself this in silence. On his way south, the straw sandals youth had switched out one pair of straw sandals after another. Even though he had seen a lot of new sceneries, he had never lost a single one of the principles that he had learned long ago, be it big or small. It was as if he had been afraid of being poor since he was young. The principles that might be empty and useless in the eyes of others were especially valuable to the young man from Clay Bottle Alley who had nothing in his hands. As time went by, they would only become more valuable. When he was socializing, he would think of them. When there was no one around, he liked to take them out and chew on them. One of the classics of Confucianism had a saying, the destiny of heaven is called nature, the straightforward nature is called Tao, and the cultivation of Tao is called teaching. Those who are Tao cannot leave it for a moment, those who can leave it are not Tao. One day, Li Baoping was explaining the teachings of the saints to Chen Pingan. The young man in white, who usually did not show his face, walked out of the carriage and silently came to the two. After listening, he silently left. However, at that time, the young girl was speaking in a general and rigid manner. Chen Pingan was even more confused. The two quickly skipped this part. At this time, the young girl suddenly said, "Don't worry about me. Chen Pingan, you go first." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Cui Dongshan said that this mountain is very likely to have spirits. It's already so late. Miss Xie, you should be careful." The young girl smiled and said, "Although I'm a small cultivator in the lower 5 realms, I still have some means to protect myself in a life and death situation. Don't worry." After Chen Pingan slid down the tree trunk to the ground, he slowly moved forward with the walking stake of the Hans Han repertoire. It was originally a very simple external martial art, but the young man practiced a little bit of the internal style of moving clouds and flowing water. The young girl held the branch and lightly patted her knee. The young man in white appeared and disappeared mysteriously on a nearby high branch. It was the place where Chen Pingan originally stood. The branch under his feet swayed gently, and the young man's body rose and fell. Cui Dong faced outside the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a bamboo flute spun and flew towards the young girl. The latter reached out and caught it. She looked down with a complicated expression. Xie asked, "Along the way, it's been almost 20 years. If even the imperial tutor can't see through Chen Pingan's nature. According to your instructions, you let me chat with Chen Pingan. You allowed me to say whatever I thought of. But what can we talk about?" The white-clothed youngster looked into the distance and said softly, "When Chen Pingan sees me, his entire essence, qi, and spirit will instinctively shrink. It's like a pass. When he sees the warning of the smoke signal, he has to go into seclusion. Usually, when he interacts with Li Baoping and the other two, he will reveal some of his true feelings. But it's not enough. He needs someone to talk to him about some important things." Xie probed, "Where is the bottom line that the imperial tutor wants to determine Chen Pingan?" The young man did not answer the question. His face was full of pain. "The old man imprinted some words on my spirit. For the time being, I only know that they will magnify a certain emotion of mine. It seems natural, but when I look back, it's really frightening. If it wasn't for old Yang reminding me, I might still feel that it's natural." The young girl laughed. "You want the imperial tutor to learn to treat people with sincerity?" Cui Dong did not turn his head. With a cold face, he said, "Little girl, I advise you not to make sarcastic remarks. My patience has a bottom line. I can't do anything to Chen Pingan. Otherwise, he would have died 100 times already. As for a little guy like you who can only go with the flow, a pitiful worm with no one to mark your grave. If I really want to crush you now, it's just a matter of a kick." The young girl was silent. Cui Dong put one hand behind his back and twisted his wrist with the other. "Yu Lu is much smarter and more likable than you." The young girl did not dare to speak carelessly anymore. Maybe it was because the journey was too smooth, and the words and actions of this young dolly imperial tutor beside her were too absurd. That was why she looked down on him without realizing it. The young man's eyes were lost. He muttered to himself, "Tao is high, Buddhism is far, and the rules are great. They can be said to be the foundation of each sect. How can the rest of the 100 schools compete with these 3? How can they establish a sect? Is there really no chance at all? Do you really want me to learn from Qi Jingchen, to forcibly rely on my knowledge and experience to become independent from the old man's door of knowledge? But the problem is that I did that in the past. I even thought that I found the right path. But old man, you killed me with a slap. What do you want me to do? Tell me." The young man could not help but cry again. At this moment, when the young girl saw this scene, she did not find it funny at all. Instead, she wished that she was deaf and could not hear anything. The young man turned his head with tears flowing down his face. He smiled, "Little girl. You owe me a life again. Remember, you have to pay me back in the future. When Chen Pingan returned to the leather tent, he felt a headache coming on. There was an unfamiliar face in the group. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were dark blue, and her aura was faint. She did not seem like a living person. The girl sat beside the campfire, playing chess with Lin Shui. The yin spirit with a blurry face was sitting cross-legged on the side, staring at the situation on the chessboard. Li Baoping was also squatting on the side. The little girl did not have the awareness of watching the game silently. Whether it was Lin Shui or the unfamiliar girl, she would comment on whoever placed a chess piece. Only Yu Lu was guarding the carriage, not going near the campfire. Chen Pingan was a little stunned. What was going on? Li Huai quickly ran to Chen Pingan's side and said in a low voice, "This sister is very open and candid. When we met, she confessed that she was a ghost from the Qingyang temple at the top of the mountain." It was the yin spirit who had revealed his true face. He quickly stretched out his finger and made a shushing gesture. Very quickly, the strange and blurry face returned. The yin spirit used a secret technique to speak in the young man's heart. He said softly, "Little Ping An, thank you for taking care of little Can for me all these years. I am very grateful. You even gave that loach to little Can. I really don't know how to repay you. Really, if I could, I would be willing to give my life to you, but I can't do it." Chen Pingan's eyes were a little red. Then, he grinned. The kind-hearted young man was sincerely happy for Gu Can. However, he could not help but feel a little sad. The yin spirit raised his fist and pretended to hit his chest. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, I believe in you. One day, you will reach the highest and farthest place." Chen Pingan did not know how to answer. The yin spirit's figure had quietly disappeared. This year, Chen Pingan was 14 years old. Cui Dong was 15 years old. Lin Shui was 12 years old. Li Baoping was 9 years old. Li Huai was 7 years old. Yu Lu was 14 years old. Thank you, 13 years old. "135, thank you." When she returned to the bonfire, Lin Shui and Lady Qing were finishing their chess pieces. The girl glanced at the chessboard and lost interest. She reached out to the bonfire. Chen Pingan chopped out branches and built 3 simple tents. He came to Li Baoping's side and the girl yawned and went to sleep. Besides, Li Huai and Lin Shui shared a tent. The girl also had her own tent. Yu Lu usually slept on the coachman's seat. He only needed to cover himself with a blanket to get through the night. Of course, most of the time, the team was able to find a place to stay. It was either an inn or a temple in the forest. On a stormy night, they finally found a rich family. The owner was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Huangting Kingdom. He was an old man who lived in seclusion in the forest. He was very hospitable. When he saw Li Baoping and the other young scholars, the old man was very happy. Even though he knew that they were from Dali, which was half an enemy country, the old assistant minister still treated them warmly. As for food, the old man scrupulously adhered to the teachings of the sages: don't be tired of eating fine food and don't be tired of eating fine food. It was an eye-opener for the country bumpkins like Chen Pingan. After the old man got along with the girl Li Baoping and the boy Yu Lu, he seemed to hit it off with them. After knowing that the girl liked to read travel books, not only did he give them a few travel books from his library, he also insisted on taking them to a famous scenic spot. It was a famous cliff by the river. The cliff was as smooth as a mirror. There were ancient rock carvings on the cliff that had existed for countless years. The words carved on the cliff had never been seen before and were difficult to understand. Throughout history, countless scholars and poets had come here to admire the scenery. The rubbing of the stone carvings was widely spread in the Huangting Kingdom and the Great Sui Kingdom. However, no one was able to figure out the true meaning of the words. There were many different opinions and no one could convince the public. The boy Cui Dong only glanced at the cliff from afar and said that it was carved by the Thunder Lord himself, and the Heavenly Emperor ordered the Flood Dragon. The old man laughed loudly, obviously not believing it. The wise scholars of the past dynasties didn't dare to make any rash conclusions even after studying it with all their heart. It was reasonable that the old assistant minister of Huangting country didn't take the words of a 14 or 15-year-old young man seriously. After leaving the old assistant minister's residence, every time Chen Pingon cooked some food with an earthen stove in the wilderness, he would notice that there was something wrong with everyone's eyes, especially the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. She would even say, "Young martial uncle, the food you cook is delicious. Really, it's not worse than the food at Assistant Minister Ma's house." Li Huai was also a little sleepy. He greeted Lin Shui and went to sleep in the tent. Lin Shui wasn't sleepy at all. He continued to compete with Miss Qing on the chessboard. Lin Shui told Chen Pingon that he wanted to accompany Miss Qing to the small temple at the peak of the mountain to retrieve the precious chess manual hidden in the wall of the small temple. Probably because he was afraid that Chen Pingon would be worried, the boy smiled and explained that Miss Qing wanted to go back alone. He was the one who asked to go with her. Chen Pingon didn't say much. He only asked Lin Shui to pay attention to the road at night. The young man ascended the mountain together with the ghost of the small temple. Chen Pingon looked at the backs of the man and the ghost. Perhaps it was a rule unique to the mountain. Lady Qing's feet did not touch the ground and she walked slowly. I know that other than repaying a debt of gratitude, you also have high hopes for Chen Pingon. But you definitely don't know that I've had high hopes for this boy since the beginning. It's just that this involves the inside story of the Great Tao, so I can't tell you in detail. You only need to know that although I was in Dolly's capital at that time, the attention and concern I paid to Chen Pingon was no later than old man Yang's, and no less than his. The Yin spirit shook his head and laughed. It has nothing to do with that. The boy frowned and said, "I'm not in a good mood now." "Spit it out." The Yin spirit didn't mind and said slowly, "Mister's words are beneficial to the country and the people. I admire you very much. Although there is criticism within the Confucian school, there is more criticism than praise. But when I was alive, I firmly believed that what will happen thousands of years later can only be left to the future generations to fend for themselves. It is not as important as using knowledge to benefit the common people and to obtain peace and prosperity." The boy in white was a little surprised and raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but turn around and ask, "I didn't expect you to support my knowledge." The Yin spirit made an unexpected move. He actually imitated the Confucian students when they were facing their predecessors and bowed respectfully. He lowered his head and said loudly, "This bow of mine is not to the imperial tutor of Dolly. I respect Mr. Cui Dong for not only writing moral essays." It was only when the Yin spirit was hundreds of miles away that the boy in white slowly came back to his senses. His face was filled with sorrow and joy. Finally, the boy in white took a step forward. The branches under his feet bent even more. He shook his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. There was no longer any trace of dejection on his face. The boy had a majestic aura. When Lin Shui returned, his face was ashen. He held a yellowed ancient book in his hand and sat by the campfire. Chen Pingon asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Shui gritted his teeth and said, "A group of cultured scum. These scholars from the Yellow Court Kingdom. It's one thing to drink in a small temple, but they actually did such rude things. Shameless and uncultured. If I were Lady Qin, I would have kicked these disgusting fellows out of the mountain. Chen Pingan asked. No matter what happened, Lady Qin didn't do anything, right? Lin Shui nodded. Chen Pingan said, then do as the Romans do. Lin Shui raised his head, somewhat puzzled. When the boy in a daze saw that familiar dark face, Lin Shui couldn't help but calm down. He sighed and said softly, I understand, Pap. Chen Pingan smiled and said, okay. Yu Lu said casually, according to the time, it is already summer, but the weather is still like late spring. Chen Pingan agreed and said, this year is a bit strange. Yu Lu chatted for a while and then stood up to leave. Chen Pingan watched the tall teenager leave. According to Lin Shui's private opinion, Yu Lu's chess play did not seem to have a lot of killing power, and there was never a stroke of genius, but in fact, it was much more powerful than the young girl's bold moves and bloody moves. Chen Pingan had long noticed that Yu Lu was very careful in his work. Lin Shui said that Yu Lu's work was even more stable than the most experienced official in the yamen. Chen Pingan had a deep understanding of this. For example, he had only seen him make straw sandals once or twice, but Yu Lu could quickly make them himself. The shoes on his feet were the result of Yu Lu's own work. Another example was whenever Chen Pingan was fishing, Yu Lu would often stand to the side and watch silently. He watched when Chen Pingan cast the hook, how to cast the rod, how to raise the rod, how to walk the fish when he caught a big fish, how to keep the fish's head above the water, how to carefully move the head of the fish away from the hook when the big fish first saw the light, and so on. Later on, when Chen Pingan had something to do, Yu Lu would ask if he could give it a try. After taking the fishing rod from Chen Pingan, Yu Lu, who had never had any fishing experience, ended up with a pretty good catch. Chen Pingan did not say anything about all this. He only saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. He felt that if this tall teenager, whose real name he did not even know, was a good person, then he must be very good. If he was a bad person, then Chen Pingan could not imagine. The night passed uneventfully. Other than the gradually dwindling bonfire beside Chen Pingan, in the carriage far away, a lamp had been lit early on. It was bright for the whole night. Chen Pingan did not know what kind of book the white-clothed teenager was reading. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Chen Pingan began to hold his breath and concentrate. He came to the place halfway up Hingshan where the view was the widest. As the sun rose from the east, he began to practice boxing. Li Baoping and Lin Shui gradually joined in. Only Li Huai, who did not settle down, practiced for a while and then ran away. Yu Lu and Xia were not surprised by this. Today, the white-clothed teenager lifted the curtain and stood on the carriage, watching them practice boxing methodically. In the beginning, he would snort at it and would not watch it anymore after a sidelong glance. However, as time went by, the time this young imperial tutor watched from afar became longer and longer. After the group finished their breakfast, they began to walk along the mountain path to the top of the mountain. They passed by the Green Lady Temple that was recorded in the local county records and the old cypress tree that was dependent on the small temple. If one were to only look at the size of the shade and not to mention the depth of the opportunity, it was already comparable to the locust tree in the heavenly cave of Longzhu. Lin Shui originally thought that Chen Pingan would continue their journey. However, he did not expect that Chen Pingan would go to the temple to have a look and then call him Li Baoping and Li Huayin. It turned out that the small temple was in a mess and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Li Huai raised his head and looked at the clay statue standing on the altar. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the ghost girl who played chess with Lin Shui last night. Lin Shui had the most interaction with the Yin god and knew a lot of inside information. He explained it to Li Huai, saying that the people in many places were grateful to the gods who had shown up and protected them. The golden statue that enjoyed the incense was often distorted and not even similar to the real appearance. However, this would not affect the incense that was offered to the gods. After spending half an hour to clean up the small temple, Chen Pingan and the others continued their journey. Before leaving, Lin Shui stood alone near the praying mat at the foot of the altar. He clasped his hands and bid farewell to Lady Qing, who had given him a copy of the Go manual. At the same time, the young man in white led Yulu over the threshold of the door. Cui Dong looked around and then walked to the front of the altar. He looked at the small incense burner that was covered in ashes. It was an ordinary copper burner. Perhaps it had been through hundreds of years of precipitation. The surface of the copper burner was shining brightly. The incense that burned to the end of the burner was densely packed together. It could be seen that this small temple, even if it was not included in the Huangting country's National Register of Mountains and Rivers, strictly speaking, it was a forbidden temple. With the size of the small temple, it could be said that it was flourishing with incense. The young man in white suddenly said, "Yu Lu, when you see a temple, you should pray. This is a good deed that ties you with the mountains and rivers." Although Yu Lu did not understand the reason, he still bowed his head and prayed 3 times. The young woman, Xia Xia, stood outside the door with the bamboo flute tied to her waist. After leaving the boundary of Hingshan, the group came to a county city in Huangting country. Chen Pingan and the rest had seen the majestic scenery of Yefu pass before. In addition, the Red Candle Town, where the 3 rivers converged, was prosperous enough. Now, they were mentally prepared for the tall cities and big towns in the outside world. However, Li Huai was still a little restrained. He even secretly hid the painted puppet that he always carried in his hand back into the small book box. Chen Pingan and the rest's residence records were from Longquan County of the Dali dynasty. The procedures to enter the city were particularly smooth and fast. Although the upper state of Huangting country was the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom and not the Song clan, the Dali dynasty had annexed the vast territory of the entire northern part of the continent, and the trend of going south was a foregone conclusion. In recent years, Huangting country had always been preferential to the Dali scholars who went out to study. They were just short of worshipping them as living bodhisattvas passing by. After all, the land of Huangting country might one day become a state of the Dali dynasty. As the overlord of the northern territory of the Aquarius continent in the past, not only were the mountains and rivers destroyed, even the royal family members were all demoted to convicts and pariahs. The bloody lesson of the past was still vivid in their minds. Before entering the city, Chen Pingan carefully asked the local people about the scenic spots inside and outside the city. Because Chen Pingan hoped that Li Baoping and the rest could see as many famous mountains, rivers, Taoist temples, and ancient city ruins as possible on the premise of ensuring their safety during the study trip, instead of just looking at flowers. So in the end, when they finally arrived at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, they actually did not see anything. They only ate in the wind, slept in the dew, and hurried along. For example, this time, they were going to visit the Xing Wang Temple, which was known as the oldest temple in Huangting country. The murals there depicted the scene of the 18 levels of hell. It was said that it could make people feel as if they were there. It was extremely famous. The group asked for directions and walked along a wide street toward the Xing Wang Temple. Chen Pingan turned around to look, and he was slightly shocked as he saw a novel scene that was absolutely impossible to appear in the territory of the Dali Kingdom. He saw a group of young men and women with dignified appearances. There were around 7 or 8 of them, and all of them wore elegant clothes. They swaggered through the streets under the lead of a white-haired old man. There was actually someone that rode on an enormous black tiger, another person that had a crimson-red snake that was over 6 m long following behind him, and another person carried an enormous ox-horn bow on his back. The bustling street that was originally filled with people quickly moved to the sides. Some children who did not know the severity of the situation were directly pulled away from the street by their parents and hid in the shops on both sides of the street. The red snake that was not deliberately restrained by its owner shook its head and wagged its tail. Its head and tail were covered with scarlet armor, which made this spirit pet of the immortals on the mountain look even more arrogant. It did not move in a straight line. From time to time, it would swim near the shops and occasionally stop to raise its head and show off to the trembling people of the county city. Among them, there were timid children. Under the gaze of the snake, they were so scared that they cried loudly. Their parents were so scared that they hurriedly covered their mouths. The snake continued to move forward. Suddenly, it swung its tail and smashed into the face of the man who had just breathed a sigh of relief. The man spun a few times in the air and fell heavily to the ground. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he struggled to get up and fled with his wife and children, whose faces were as white as snow. Chen Pingan, who was standing in the distance, saw the passers-by around him. Some were gloating, some were trembling, and some were amazed. The ceremony was even more exaggerated than during festivals. The sound of firecrackers would shake the sky, and everyone in the prefecture city would want to know that an immortal had entered their house. The young man Cui Dong suddenly asked, "Is 10 taels of silver enough to pack all the items on the table together?" The young man shook his head vigorously and said with a sullen face, "Young master, I am really not asking for too much. These ancestral treasures are really good things that have been passed down from generation to generation in my family. It is clearly recorded in my family's genealogy that my ancestor was the young master of the crown prince of the later Shu auspicious Qing dynasty. Even if it were to be sold for 70 or 80 taels of silver, it would not be excessive, right?" The young man's face was flushed red. He picked up a half-inch long colored glaze figurine. Unfortunately, its color was dull and its appearance was not good. The young vendor leaned forward and carefully handed it to the white-clothed youth. "Young master, take a good look. If you have good eyesight, you can even clearly see its eyebrows and the creases on its lapel. It can be said to be very fine." Taking 10,000 steps back, for such a rare colored glaze item, even if the quality of the glaze itself is not high, selling such a large colored glaze figurine for 3 or 4 taels of silver would not be considered going against your conscience, right? Adding in the other big and small treasures, young master's asking price of 10 taels is really too low. "Young master, can you do me a favor and raise the price again?" The young man Cui Dong thought for a moment with a straight face, then 11 taels. The young man was almost choked to death by his own words. He was dumbstruck as he looked at the immortal-like white-clothed youth in a daze. Finally, he sighed and said, "Young master, don't tease me." The young man Cui Dong laughed and asked, "Do you know snow-patterned silver?" The young man nodded blankly and said with a bitter smile, "Of course I know. My father's generation was considered rich and developed. On the street next to the city god Temple Street, there are more than 10 shops that were once my family's property." The young man Cui Dong took out an ingot of silver from his sleeve and slapped it on the table, 20 taels of Dali official silver. If converted to the inferior silver of your Huangting country, it should be at least 25 taels. It's more than enough. Is it enough to buy all the junk on this table? The young man had stolen these belongings from his family. He had originally thought that the price would be around 20 taels of silver. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly picked up the ingot and held it tightly in his palm. He secretly weighed it in his hand and then used his fingernails to lightly carve it. There was no mistake, it was an extremely high-quality real silver.